Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda
Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyatilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvati Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. With the blessings of my Paramaguru, my Sadguru, His Divine Holiness Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we welcome you all with love and respect to this morning edition of Satsang. We thank you all for joining us on this really auspicious occasion. Today is going to be a fantastic day. A lot of spiritual explosion is expected. Swamiji in the satsang yesterday, he started another groundbreaking spiritual process. Essentially, Swamiji started saying that whatever we feel as us, the Paramashiva, only let Paramashiva happen inside us. Unclutched from everything, every idea that we carry, every identity that we carry about the world and about us. So within the Jiva, Jagat and Ishvara, only Ishvara is left. The Jiva and Jagat are unclutched. The ideas that we carry about Jiva and Jagat are unclutched. And for that, we really don't have to do a lot. We simply have to request Paramashiva to manifest inside us. And that's all is needed, because Paramashiva is simply waiting for us to have that request, waiting for us to ask Him for that experience, for that manifestation. And Swamiji went on to say that this unclutching, when this happens at a grand scale, simply 10,000 people, just 10,000 people all over the world doing this unclutching exercise, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. When 10,000 people enter into that, simply the conscious awakening, the breakthrough in consciousness will happen. Now if you consider the population of the world, and this is human beings, is about 7.8 billion, roughly. If you consider that, then the 10,000 number is just partly a number. It's simply nothing. It's almost negligible. Even if a negligible amount of people, number of people, enter into Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the whole consciousness, the entire cosmos can achieve a breakthrough. The whole consciousness can be raised. So, we all know the significance of this process, and Swamiji is here exactly to guide us through this process, to lead us into this, so that the breakthrough can be achieved, the mission can be fulfilled. And we, as part of the Nithyananda Sangha, disciples of His Divine Holiness, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, are blessed to be part of it, to become a part of it, to play a role in that conscious awakening. All over the world, people are gearing up. They are getting ready to start this process. Akhanda, meaning without any stop, continuously getting into the process of unclutching, to be in the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Multiple locations, multiple centers performing this at the same time. So even if you're, let's say, participating in 1 hour of the Akhanda Japa, Akhanda Yagna, as Swamiji calls it. Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana, Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yagna. Even if you participate in just 1 hour of this Yagna, the whole benefit, the benefit of thousands of people doing it, lakhs of people doing it, will all be achieved. So this is the power of collectively doing something, collective consciousness coming together to raise itself, to achieve a breakthrough, to have Paramashiva manifest in all of us. A lot of people, in fact hundreds of people, are gathering to organize such centers where people can come, participate, even if it is for a 1 hour cycle, 1 hour time slot. Come and participate and contribute and achieve the results. Receive Paramashiva in their inner space. Welcome Paramashiva in their inner space. And Swamiji also gave a couple of starters, if you will, to start the whole process before entering into the Nirvikalpa Dhyan, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Starting off with chanting of the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. When that Mahavakya is chanted, we automatically rise ourselves beyond our SDHD. We raise our identity to the eternal Nithyananda, the Paramashiva, that identity. We become one with that identity, raising ourselves. And this is the request. This is the declaration to the cosmos that our willingness has finally arrived to be part of that oneness experience. And the Bhagavad Gita, delivered by Sri Krishna, a great incarnation, one of the greatest spiritual works, the largest poem still on this planet. As part of that, the Bhagavad Gita, the song of the divine, Swamiji wanted us to listen to it, listen to the chanting and start chanting also. And then the Muktikopanishad, which is delivered by Sri Rama, another great incarnation, the Purushottama, Uttama Purusha. And he delivered it to his very loving disciple, very obedient disciple, Lord Hanuman, who is also an incarnation of Lord Shiva. And this is very significant for all of us in the Nithyananda Sangha, because the place where Lord Rama delivered the Muktikopanishad is actually our Bidadi banyan tree, our very own banyan tree, the Kalpa Vriksha in Adi Sarvagnya Pita in Bidadi, under the banyan tree in the Nithyanandeshwara Devasthanam. So it is such an endearing experience for us to be able to listen and to be able to chant the Muktikopanishad delivered by Sri Rama. So all of this, the chanting of the Mahavakya, the Bhagavad Gita and the Muktikopanishad will prepare us to be in the ultimate experience of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. And during this pandemic, during this crisis, Swamiji has also created the space of Paramashivam to happen, where people can participate from wherever they are, from their own homes, at their own convenience, they can participate. And this has been a phenomenal success. All over the world, thousands of people in so many countries, hundreds of countries have participated, and they have benefited from this program. The highlight of this has been the power manifestation sessions and of course the darshans that Swamiji has offered us through his blessing, allowing the divine presence to express through his physical form in so many different ways, so we can connect with the ultimate. Swamiji has put himself, allowed himself to be available in so many different ways for all of us during this period. It has been 3 batches or 3 seasons as we call it, 3 seasons of Paramashiva from 16-day events so far. It has been a phenomenal ride. The powers given by Paramashiva himself in the Agamas, 463 of those. How Swamiji has initiated every one of the participants so that they can manifest the powers. Now let's take a look at some of these videos, how the participants have experienced it. Consciousness over matter, for example, how they are simply able to roll a coconut without touching it, but simply by the will, by giving a command through the third eye. Swamiji awakens the third eye through his initiation, and through that power, consciousness over matter, power of consciousness over matter, people are able to roll coconuts without even touching it, without even coming near it. In fact, people have done it over a video conference call. Remote places, somebody else is holding a coconut, and from here, connecting with that coconut, connecting with that object, and allowing it to roll. Simply realizing that everything is consciousness, and when we are in oneness with Swamiji, who is the embodiment of everything, super consciousness, then we are in oneness with every object, everything on this planet. And simply by giving a command, that object responds and it starts rolling. And of course, so many of the participants have finally, I can say, realized, understood, and discovered the passion, the sweetness that you can have when you commune with the deities. Participants made their own Ganesha and they started feeding spoonfuls of milk. And this is the power of relating with the divine, the various aspects of the divine, and where Ganesha himself drank all the milk, creating a beautiful oneness experience, oneness with Ganesha himself. Such a beautiful process. So let's look at how the participants have gone through these powers, how they have experienced it.
Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam. Om
of the participants of the Paramashivam event performing the power manifestation, manifesting powers. Paramashiva manifesting through them as powers. Now, I would like to invite Ma Claire Lang from Canada. She is I can say a recent participant of the Paramashiva event, but she has been on a journey with Swamiji, and she's here with us so she can share her journey, how she found Swamiji and how the manifestation of Paramashiva that has happened inside her and how that has affected, impacted herself and the people around her. So, Nithyananda, there, welcome. You can unmute and you can start talking. Thank you. So, Claire, please give an introduction about yourself, where you're from and what you do. And then your journey to Swamiji, how you found Swamiji, or what were you looking for, and how is it that you found Swamiji or Swamiji found you? You can start sharing.
Nithyananda, thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited to be here and share with you all. So my name is Claire Lang, and I am a corporate trainer in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. I am married to a lovely husband named David Lang, and we have a 4-year-old son named Ashton. I'll get more into him as we talk a bit more, but definitely a blessing from Sri Nithyananda Swami. And I have known Swamiji since 2011. It's actually a really interesting journey that I've had. We've all had our own stories and how Swamiji has found us. I would definitely say how Swamiji found us. And in my particular case, from a very early age as a child, I was considered having depression. So as early as the age of 7, I saw my first psychiatrist and went on medication at a very early age. And that had a huge impact on how I grew up and how I cognized life. So really, most of my childhood into early adulthood, I really didn't understand much about the world, and I spent most of my time being depressed and not wanting to live. I tried to commit suicide at a very early age. I was only 12. I used to harm myself. I would cut myself. I would hurt myself. Really horrible things I would do just out of this deep self-hatred and this feeling of, why am I here? What is life? Why has this been done to me? Life wasn't something to be lived. Life was a curse for me for a very long time. And I was an atheist for most of my life. I didn't believe in God because I thought, you know, I'm suffering so badly. Why would a God have me suffer like this? So in 2011, I was with my husband at the time. We weren't yet married, but we were together. And I had gone through a really bad bout of depression again. I was in my early 30s. My grandfather had just passed away 3 months before. And that death had triggered me in a very deep way. And I ended up having to be hospitalized in a mental ward here in Calgary, one of the hospitals, for a month. And it's because I was severely depressed and I was trying to commit suicide again. So the decision was made that I wasn't able to be without 24-hour care, so they decided to put me in the hospital. I can tell you from experience that being in a mental hospital, even in Canada, in such a wonderful healthcare system, was really traumatic. And I was badly mistreated, and I was with people that were so much sicker than me, and it was just a very hard time in my life. So after a month, I was able to come out, and my husband was talking with me. We were driving home one day, and we were saying, like, the medical system has failed me for this experience that I'm having. The depression, the panic attacks, the anxiety, nothing has worked. I've tried every medication. They've tried every combination. They've tried therapy. I was close to actually having electroshock therapy at that time. Thank goodness that something prevented that from happening. But nothing had worked. And I'd spent my entire life in this medical system. So we were talking about, well, what else is there left? What other options do I have? And as we were driving and having this conversation, my husband noticed what we would call here in the West a New Age store, where they have like crystals and spirituality books and that type of thing, right? And he saw it and he said, Claire, like, why not stop in there? You've tried everything else. You've not believed in anything. You haven't believed in a God. So why don't we just walk into this store and see what happens? See, my husband was a lot more, like, he was spiritual when I met him and I wasn't. So for him, he had this connection with something, whereas I didn't. So I said, okay, fine. You're right. I've tried everything else. So I walk into this New Age store in Calgary and, I was a little strange. I felt out of place and, I looked around and they were holding a meditation. And my husband Dave says, you know what, this is the thing we should try. Let's try going to a meditation. Let's try getting in touch with our inner selves. And I laughed it off like, okay, I'll do it for you because, my God, you've been through so much with me and you've stood by me this whole time, coming to visit me in the hospital every single night for a month and years of this depression. I don't know why you're with me, but thank God you are. So, okay, I'll go. So we go to this meditation one evening and I actually had an experience. I shocked myself, really. We were just focusing on our heart and they called it this heart chakra. And I was thinking, God, what's a chakra? Like, I really knew nothing about any of these types of things. And I was closing my eyes and we were focusing on our heart. And I saw this big, brilliant white light. And I felt, at the time, I didn't really understand what it was, but I felt love. And it really touched me. And I was a little afraid and thought, I don't, looking around the store after the meditation, sort of letting the experience sink in. And I saw that they had energy healing sessions. And I thought, okay, maybe this is the next thing to try. I had some sort of experience here, so let's try this. So I set up an appointment for this energy healing session and I go for it. And I meet a lady by the name of Sanghavasini. She's a disciple here in Calgary of Swamiji's. So I went and I met her and she did this energy healing on me. And during that session, I saw this man in orange and he looked like what I would call in my time a monk. And he came towards me and held my, I get emotional thinking about it now. He held my hand and I felt such a deep connection and love. And he says to me, everything is going to be okay now. And after the healing, Sanghavasini asks me, how was your experience, Claire? And I said, well, it's really strange. I had this, what I guess I would call a vision of this man, and he was Indian and he was wearing this orange type cloth and he held my hand and said everything was going to be all right now. And she says, oh my God. And I said, what? And she says, well, I think you saw my guru. And I said, what's a guru? I didn't even know what that was. And so she showed me a picture of His Divine Holiness, Sri Nithyananda Swami. And it was that was who I saw. That was the man that I saw during the healing. And I was so shocked. And I mean, she was even shocked. We were both shocked by this. And I had this tingling sensation and this thought in my mind. And the voice said, have you been wrong this whole time? Have you been wrong in your thinking that there's nothing there, that there's no God, that there's no energy? And the seeking started in that moment. So Sanghavasini invited me to a satsang, and we were holding them at that time in this chiropractor's office at night after they had closed. So I go to this satsang, and again, not knowing what satsang was, but I go. And I walk in and there's this big screen they have set up, and I sit down and I'm nervous because I'm unsure of what's going to happen and what these people are doing. And he came on the big screen to deliver his discourse, and as soon as I saw him, the tears just flowed, the bliss tears, and it was that instant connection. We were on two-way. He saw me on camera, I saw him, and it was an immediate, you are what I've been looking for my entire life. This has been the missing piece of me. And it just instantly started the healing process. And it's just so interesting to go from atheist, severe depression, thinking that life was over, to this instant connection of life is possibility. There's something that is to be discovered here. And it was from that point forward that I started attending weekend programs and learning more about Swamiji and having, healings from Sanghavasini. She's an initiated healer of Swamiji's. And just being so almost like addicted to that energy, right? Like I just wanted more and more, and I wanted my whole existence just to be filled with that energy and experience. And so that was 2011, and the first time I saw Swamiji in person was in 2013. That was my first inner awakening, where I was able to go to, his 21-day program in India. So that was, about 2 years after I had first connected with Swamiji. And, oh gosh, like just that thought of how long I felt like it took me to go. I wanted to go the second I saw him, but there was a lot of things that I had to prepare in terms of my being to be ready for that next level experience of going to see Swamiji in person. And through that 2-year period, I ended up quitting smoking. I'd been a smoker my entire life since I was 12 years old. I smoked half a pack a day. So without even having seen him in person, I had quit smoking. And I had also, I'd like to say by accident, because really it was, I by accident became vegetarian at the end of 2012. For new people to Swamiji, there was a huge shift in consciousness that started in 2012. And it was December 2012 that I got very ill, actually. I was so sick. And the thought of just eating anything was just, I couldn't bear it. And especially nothing to do with meat. I was sick with the thought of it, and I just stopped eating meat completely and was only able to drink liquids for about a month. And I went through that entire month thinking, like, what's going on? I didn't quite understand what the connection was like and what starts happening in your system when you start connecting with a divine being, an avatar. So that whole month, I had been through a very intense detox. I recognize that now. I didn't necessarily understand it at the time. But by January 2013, I was vegetarian. I hadn't become vegan yet at that time, but I was vegetarian. And to be honest, much to my husband's dismay, we went from 0 to 100 very quickly with my transformation. But very supportive, he's always been very supportive. He led me down this path, right? So, I know smoking, vegetarian, and then in May 2013, I get the opportunity to go see Swamiji. And it's funny because program costs change, right? Like, we pay money to go to these programs, and gosh, is it ever worth every cent? You get beyond what you pay. But anyways, I had to come up with the initial money to go see Swamiji, and I thought, oh God, like, as a new person to all this, I thought, how do you come up with that kind of money? Like, this is crazy talk. Like, no one just comes up with that money to go see Swamiji. Like, no one has money sitting in their bank account like that. And I was new to manifestation, and someone, I think it was probably Sanghavasini, had mentioned, well, why don't you offer Pratyakṣa Pada Puja? So there was an opportunity for me to, offer money for Pratyakṣa Pada Puja with Swamiji, and that was my request to him, was that I manifest the money to attend Inner Awakening in India with him. And then sure enough, like it was that day, that very same day, my husband, David, he calls me and said, Claire, you're never going to believe what happened. Swamiji is real. Like Swamiji is the truth. Like he's the real deal. And I said, what do you mean by that? And he said, well, apparently I had some shares that I didn't know about, and they just got paid out, and it was, you know, the exact money that you need in order to go to Inner Awakening, flight included, like time off work, all that. It'll all be paid for. And I couldn't believe it. I didn't think that that was real. And I thought, oh God, have I gone crazy again? Like, am I making stuff up in my mind? And, you know, it took a little while for that experience to settle in my system that, oh God, like, manifestation is real. And what am I going to expect? What is going to happen when I go on this trip? And it was only like, I had 2 weeks to organize the whole thing. People that have gone to programs know that it does happen that quickly. And, you know, the thing for me that was really tough was thinking about, number one, traveling by myself. Like, remember, this is just 2 years that I've been out of a mental hospital, right? Like, I've never traveled by myself, and I've never gone anywhere on my own, and it was a big deal for me. And then the other thing was going to a different country and having a completely different experience. And back then, we weren't put up in nice, cushy hotels like we have been in the past, us pampered devotees now. We stayed at the ashram. So I had to bring my own sheets, you know, some laundry detergent to do my laundry, like big deal for me. So I've told this story before, and I hope you all enjoy it because you're going to hear it again. But the big thing for me was packing the suitcase. God, I spent every minute of that 2 weeks packing this suitcase with everything, like literally everything. I must have spent thousands of dollars on all the things to bring, because I was thinking, God, what do you get in India? I don't know anything about India. Where am I going to be? So I meticulously packed every possession you could think of in this suitcase. So I go, you know, the day to catch my 2 10-hour flights by myself, shaking the whole time, like just shaking like a leaf. I've never been away from my husband for like even a day.
First international travel?
Yes. And, oh God, so I get on this flight, and, you know, it's long. You guys know it's long, especially from Canada, right? You spend your 10 hours on the flight, and by the end of that flight, I mean, I was really shaking. And then I go, and I have 40 minutes to get onto the next flight. So I get onto the next flight right from Germany to India. And, you know, long story short, I made it through the flights by the skin of my shaking teeth. And I get off the plane, and I go to get my luggage, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting some more, and everyone's taking their luggage, and they're all leaving, and then it's me with no luggage. And the luggage is not there. So now I'm really like, oh God, I'm by myself, and now I don't even have luggage. So I go to the ticketing agent, you know, the desk that was there, and I said, like, my suitcase isn't here. So they go look, and sure enough, there's one suitcase left, and the conclusion is somebody's taken my suitcase and left theirs instead because they look exactly alike. So now someone's taken my suitcase. They can't even get it from somewhere. It's not on another plane. Someone has taken my suitcase and left the airport with it. And they said, you know, you're going to have to go on to whatever destination you're traveling to. Give us, you know, the address, give us your phone number. But the likelihood that someone's going to come and bring this back, like, sorry, but that just, we don't see that happen. But, you know, just in case, we have your contact information. And by that time, everyone was gone, and it was just me. So I walk out of the airport, and there's this lady. She's, you know, she's Western like me, and I go up to her, and I said, you know, I'm so sorry. I'm a little afraid. I don't quite know what to do. It's been, you know, I've lost the group of people that were here with me. I said, I'm trying to, you know, get to this ashram. And She goes, oh, are you going to see Swamiji? And I looked and I was like, yes, are you? She goes, yes, shall we go together? And I thought, yes, please. Like, I was so shocked. So, Swamiji, and this is what you'll learn as you go through if you're new, and devotees that you already know, Swamiji always takes care of everything. Everything. So, being afraid as I am, there's a devotee that also got delayed and now can go in a taxi with me to the ashram. So we go, and I'm explaining to her what's happened to my luggage, and she's like, oh God, that's terrible, and all those things, right? So we get to the ashram. It's about, hour and a half taxi ride, and it's early in the morning. It's like 3, 4 a.m. That's when the flights typically get in from the west. So we go to what's called the Welcome Center, for those of you that don't know. And I explained, and I said, I don't have a suitcase. I don't have any things. Airline said they'll call here if they find something, but otherwise I don't know what to do. I don't have anything. So a few people around me at that time donated, a blanket and a sheet so that I could at least sleep in the dorm with something. And over the next, 24 hours, we go and we start the program, and I still only have the clothes that I'm wearing from my 24-hour flight, so you can imagine how fantastic I must have smelled and looked by that point. And we had our first darshan with Swamiji, so of course, first thing I ask is, Swamiji, I took 2 years to come see you, I manifested the money, I was so scared to go, and now I've lost my suitcase. I don't have anything. There's nothing to be had. I spent so much time. And he cut me right off, and he said, I'll take care, Ma. I'll take care. And then, sort of waved me off. And I was like, what does he mean he'll take care? Did he not hear what I said? I don't have any things. There's no stuff. So, over the next 3 days, every time I would go back to the bunk, someone new had donated something. So I was accumulating all the things I needed. I was getting clothes, I was getting toothbrush, toothpaste, soap, shampoo, everything. So I got everything I needed in those 3 days. Not everything I wanted, not everything that I had packed, but everything that I needed. And it was interesting because this is the first time I've ever been without luxuries or ever been without my own things. I've been very blessed to lead a life where I'd never been poor. I've never not been able to get what I wanted. And this was a really shaking experience for me. Somebody else might think it's no big deal, but for me, it was a huge deal. And I was really struggling with it. Although I was getting everything I need, that thought current continually was torturing me of not having this stuff, not having these things, and that I needed this suitcase in order to survive. And so I was talking with one of the Adinavasis there, and she said to me, if you were to just drop this whole thing, you would have such a pleasant experience. You've taken so long to get here. You've taken 2 years to make this program, and you're wasting your time torturing yourself over this suitcase. Is that how you want to spend the rest of your time in this program? And at first I was like, who talks to people like that, right? I got a little bit insulted. And it's just the ego, right? This ego that comes up, and I was all ruffled and upset and thought, who talks to people like that? But then it started to sink in. And within an hour, I thought, okay, you know what? Torturing myself hasn't worked for 3 days. Why don't I just try something new and just let this go? So I took a deep breath and I said, okay, I'm going to spend this whole trip without this suitcase. Everything will be okay. I'm going to enjoy myself. That's it. It's done. Over. So at that point, we then had a break. And I go to the Welcome Center. My friend had to go get something, so her and I walk over. And I walk in. She walks in with me, and she stops. She goes, Claire. I said, what? She goes, isn't that your suitcase by the door? I said, what? What do you mean, is that my suitcase by the door? So I go and look at it. It's my suitcase. And so we asked the Welcome Center. Yes. And I said, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you come get me when my suitcase arrived? And they said, Ma, we don't know what you're talking about. And I said, this suitcase right here, why didn't you come tell me? And they said, Ma, there's been no deliveries. No one's been able to get through. We have security. We have logs. no one's come to deliver any suitcase that we would have known. We've been here all day. We've been here all morning. So to this day, no one can logically explain how that suitcase arrived, but it was when I let go of me.
Wow, there's a lot of materialization for a large suitcase to just show up inside within Bidadi. That's phenomenal. I wish we could also talk about Cambodia, because that's a completely different experience. I know you had it with family, meaning with Dave. So can you share a little bit about that, how that was? And Cambodia, of course, a totally phenomenal place. How was that like?
Wow. So Cambodia was, a year and a half after my first inner awakening. And as a lot of married couples know, when there's one spouse that's a Swamiji devotee, sometimes it's not always that the second spouse is a Swamiji devotee. So my big thing, obviously, after my first experience was, how do I get my husband to come and attend so that he can have the same breakthroughs, the same healing, the same ability to manifest what you want in your life. So luckily for me, Cambodia IA became an opportunity because he loves to travel. So that was what made him decide, okay, I'll attend an inner awakening because I love traveling, and Cambodia I've always wanted to go, so we'll make this happen. So Cambodia IA was in December 2014, and it was the trip that really I can truly say started the absolute change of me understanding myself as God was on that trip. And Swamiji started the mandala process. It was called Shivoham. That was the whole program. You may have seen the documentary where I've shared my experience in that documentary. And Dave and I go to Cambodia IA. And this is, for those of you that aren't familiar with what happened on that trip, Swamiji himself came to Cambodia with us and arranged tours of all the temples throughout Cambodia. And not only were we in a program with Swamiji, we were in the first program where you didn't have to do completion. So for all of you that have done completion process or are doing it now, even through Paramashivam level 2, I mean, most people wouldn't go just because they heard. You don't have to do anything. You just sit, and I will awaken all the powers of Paramashiva in you. So, I mean, that in itself was enough for people to want to attend this one. And sure enough, we sat. In this program, all we would do, we would sit in mandalas as a huge group, and Swamiji would use light and sound. He would use the mandala formation, all of us sitting in very specific places in order to use that group energy to awaken Paramashiva within ourselves. And it was unbelievable. Do you have a picture that we can share, Tejo?
Yes, ma'am. We are projecting it. This is the mandala where we are all sitting together in actually the mandala formation where we are all sitting in Cambodia. This happened, and Swamiji, of course, is the Bindu, the center, and he will sit there, and he will simply just come and just start the process. There was no completion, like you said. There was no exercise or anything like that. Swamiji will simply come and transmit that experience to all of us. Beautiful times, beautiful process. Please go ahead.
It was, I can't tell you the amazing experience of just sitting and feeling Swamiji's energy. It is, there's nothing else like it in the world. To this day, that trip, it's just, yes, please do. We'll share more pictures of Cambodia. I'll explain when I see the pictures of each thing, but like we were in a 5-star resort, first of all, so we were very pampered in terms of our accommodations, and there was no bus ride. You just rolled out of bed from your hotel room and, you go and attend the program. It was such bliss. And to travel with Swamiji to these temples where he's there with us. So not only do you get the darshan of the temple itself, I mean, people from all over the world visit the temples in Cambodia. We are there with the avatar himself. transmitting that experience directly to us and being there with us. I mean, to this day, we were on a different plane. You know, we've talked about the different lokas. We were in a different loka during those experiences. Like, it was unbelievable. And, you know, we'd all get up at 4 in the morning, and there was at least 500 of us, and we'd all pile onto the buses and, you know, go to whatever temple we were visiting that day. And Swamiji himself would tour us with the temple. He would take us on the tour himself and explain it. And I remember this one morning, it was super early. We got there at like 5 a.m. It was at Angkor Wat, and they let us in before the temple even opened for Swamiji so that we could do a process in the Angkor Wat temple. We were all sitting together on the grass. Swamiji was sitting in front, and to be there in that sacred space, sitting with Swamiji while he transmutes and transforms us through this energy process, I can't even describe it in words. And for all of you that have gone to Swamiji programs, we got to take pictures. He let us take pictures. That does not happen often, where you get to take pictures back in that time. So we got to take pictures of Swamiji, and God, what a blessing. We all scrambled as like a big group trying to get our pictures, and it was just a phenomenal experience. And another thing that I remember, actually, I got a little bit jealous. My husband and I were in a process, and, you know, like I said, this was his first trip, and we were all, you know, going through this energy darshan to, are you projecting this picture, Tejo, right now?
Yes, ma'am. So this is when we were doing this, of course, you and Dave, and the process that we did in one of the rivers, where there were 1,008 Shivalingas under the river, and Swamiji actually sat inside the river. The stream was still flowing, and all of us, we sat with him and did Pada Puja. So it was such a phenomenal experience. And Swamiji was saying, as he was hitting all those Shivalingas, they were all coming to life. So it was like a major energy center that happened, all of them coming alive and radiating the presence. So it was such a heightened experience. I think pretty much everybody who was there will definitely remember that for the rest of their life, not lives. It's a phenomenal experience. Go ahead.
Oh, it's so true. And, you know, in the documentary, this is the experience that I talk about. We went on this precarious bus ride for about, 3 hours up this huge mountain to get to this place. And as you see in the picture where we're all sitting in the water, those were the 1,008 carved Shivalingas. And then where that water flows is it eventually flows down into this huge waterfall. So in this picture, as we're sitting, water transmutes energy very well. So if you think about when you've felt Swamiji's presence even across Zoom, or if you've felt Swamiji's presence sitting in front of him, think about now with water transmuting energy so much at such a high frequency, sitting in the water with Swamiji. I mean, there's like no describing what that experience was like. And so we just, it was phenomenal. And that just changed my being to such a level that you can't even describe. And there, you know, part of that trip as well was we would go under that waterfall, and as you're standing under that water, you're being blessed by all 1,008 Shivalingas. And the experience of having that water drip down your body, just the cleansing effect that had on your being is just, it's unbelievable what that was like. And Swamiji himself got in the water with us, and you know, there was the main big waterfall, and then if you went down this very long set of stairs, which we all followed Swamiji down, we then got into a lower pool with another smaller waterfall where he got into the water himself, and all of us came into the water with him, and, you know, he did another process with us. And, you know, back then, we never thought that the Hindu persecution of Swamiji, of what's happened, would ever turn out the way it is right now, where our Guru would not be able to be with us in person right now. I can say that I took those experiences for granted at the time, thinking that he would always be available to us in that way. But when I think back on it now, and where we are here today, you've all seen the videos and the talks on the Hindu Holocaust and the persecution that's happened. That's something that's been taken away from us, and every person should be able to be in the water with Swamiji as we once were. That's our divine right. And I'm so grateful that we were able to be on that trip with him.
Absolutely, I think it was a blessing, and it is also such an unfortunate turn of events, I should say, that now we don't have his physical presence because of all these anti-Hindu forces and anti-Guru Hindu forces who have taken Swamiji's presence away from us. But still, he is making himself available in any possible way. So beautifully has made himself available. Now I would like to have you talk about Ashton, because I know there's so much to share, but I just wanted to hear from you about especially how he has such a beautiful growing up and environment. Of course, your house itself is such a center, and he is almost in the warmth of Swamiji. So this is growing up so beautifully, and I saw pictures of him performing the puja, and the way he is sitting there and doing it, it's just unbelievable to see. So I would really like to hear from you about that.
Oh, yes. I mean, so actually it was in Cambodia IA in December. I did Prataksha Pada Puja, and at that time, that's when Dave and I as a couple together asked Swamiji for the blessing of a child. And Swamiji blessed us to have Ashton. And so when we came back from Cambodia IA, it was that within that 6-month period of time that I became pregnant with Ashton. You're seeing a picture of him. He's probably about, maybe 1.5 years, 2 years old there, doing puja. He absolutely loves puja. One thing I want to tell you about Ashton is, yes, he attended Paramashivam level 2 with me as well. I took him to Inner Awakening for his first birthday. So he was blessed so highly to be able, on his very birthday, his very first birthday, Swamiji gave him darshan and, did the third eye and blessed him. And then on top of that, we also had Kalavedava in the form of the Balasants, and Kalavedava through Yogamata blessed Ashton as well and said, you will spend the rest of your life with Swamiji. Your life is to be with Swamiji. And so right from the first birthday, he gets the darshan and blessings of Swamiji. And, I traveled all that way again with a 1-year-old, right? Like a baby, which was amazing in and of itself, right? And the picture you're seeing right now is actually during Paramashivam level 2. That's when we had the completion with gender. And it's funny because Ashton came and went to the sessions that Swamiji would call him to. And he had actually been upstairs asleep and woke up and said to my husband, I need to go downstairs with Mommy. There's something I need to do. And he came downstairs because that was one of the processes to put on that crown so that he could have completion with his gender. And, from a very early age, I chanted to him. I've talked to him about Swamiji. Obviously, I've done processes when I was pregnant with him as well. And he immediately was drawn to puja even on his own. And I have many baby pictures of Ashton actually doing mudras with his hands while he sleeps. And there was one particular time where I had done puja within his first year at my house, Prataksha Pada Puja, and he was sitting in his little baby bassinet, and he was doing mudras as Swamiji was, as we were offering puja to Swamiji. At 1 year old, my son started taking Harataki. At 1 year old. Kalavedava told him to start taking Hidataki, and he wouldn't eat anything else. He'd fuss with all the things, but he would take Hidataki just straight in from the spoon in his mouth. And to this day, he takes half a teaspoon of Hidataki without fail, and he just puts it straight in his mouth. He doesn't even want water. Like, he just takes it. Like, that's how unbelievably developed his being is. And yeah, the puja is just the cutest. Always has to do the puja. And then, of course, the basma. So what's also interesting is that anytime he gets sick, or I get sick, or my husband gets sick, as soon as he can talk, the first thing he would say is, go take Hidataki, go put basma vibhuti on where it hurts. And I remember this one night, he had such a high fever, and I was so frightened by it because I'd never seen him that sick. And it was about 4 a.m. and he finally said, Mom, I need to take more Hidataki. Like, I had given it to him earlier that night. He said, I need to take more Hidataki. Go get me more Hidataki. And I said, okay. So I went, and he said, I want the whole teaspoon. And he took a large amount, and I was like, really? All that Hidataki? And within 30 minutes, the fever was gone. And it was his own intelligence that knew to do that. It's just amazing. And anytime there's something that hurts, you know, he goes and he puts vibhuti on it. And you can ask my son, what do you do when you're afraid? And he'll say, I think of Swamiji. Or he'll say, what do you do if you're hurt? I think of Swamiji. His response to when he needs to solve a problem is, I think of Swamiji. And it's just so beautiful to watch him grow up like that.
Beautiful, man. It's such a very, very endearing and blessed journey that you have had. And really thankful for you to have come on and share this experience. And I can see how the Kailasa ecosystem has already happened where you are. And I'm pretty sure this Kailasa in Calgary will definitely take more and more people, and they will continue to experience the state, space, and being of Paramashiva. And with Swamiji's blessings, experience, a temple experience, so it'll be fantastic. So I know we have a bit of a shortage of time, but I'll request that you'll come on again and share with us more, because I'm pretty sure we have more to share. And let's have you on again so that you'll be able to share more of these stories with us, especially about Ashton and also what is happening in Calgary, the satsang center over there, and what activities are going on. So
thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Ma.
Nithyananda.
So we've been talking about Paramashivam and the experience of how the Paramashivatva, when the experience that manifestation happens, how people can be transformed, and how beautifully the whole alignment has happened. Now, I just wanted to take one look at some of the power manifestation that has been happening with the recent event, Paramashiva. We have been through 3 seasons already, 16 days each, and Swamiji has made himself available the whole time, guiding every step of the way and initiating people into manifesting so many different powers. Let's watch one such video of a participant manifesting a power.
是因为太满了，我也不知道为什么，可能是因为太满了。但是大家看剩下的大半勺，它是没有再往下滴的啊，大家仔细看，没有往下滴。然后就是这个象神是我自己制作的，我用软陶制作的。软陶制作它是有就是用高温烘烤过嘛，就它是不吸水的，大家可以自己去验证，就是自己用软陶捏一下，烤干以后试一下它到底吸不吸水。而且吸水的话，哪怕是吸水，它也不可能有这种速度，所以这是真实不虚的。所以我们就是物质的逻辑，它是站不住脚的。我们的二元逻辑它是站不住脚的，看到没有？它滴下去的其实是因为我把这个勺子放到嘴巴上，就是它那个满出来的。但是我的勺子没有动，而且大家也可以看到我的勺子是没有倾斜往里面倾斜，所以它这个吸水的速度已经不是你用二元逻辑可以解释的。好的，那我们就是这个视频先拍到这里，谢谢大家啊。
Till now, I manifested, revealed the signs of state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva. Now, direct process, directly from Paramashiva to manifest the being of Paramashiva, because the world is ready. Akash Bhairava is the God who makes all our beings ready for Paramashiva to manifest. It will be centered on Akash Bhairava and making Paramashiva manifest in all of us. The program will be Guru Dakshina based. It will be dependent on you. You can't put any monetary value for it. If 10,000 of us can sit together and manifest the being of Paramashiva, not only we will heal the coronavirus in the whole world, we will give a superconscious breakthrough to the world. Whatever I was talking after the great fast, I am going to make that all into reality. This will be the most life positive happening on planet Earth. All of you, make the decision to attend Paramashivam from simple integrity. My purpose is to make you attend sincerely, that's all.
Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
So today is going to be a groundbreaking day. We are going to see phenomenal start for the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yagna. Swamiji has blessed all of humanity, the whole cosmos rather, that we will have a conscious breakthrough through all of us, at least 10,000 of us, sitting and experiencing Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutching. Just by being unclutched, we can create such a positive energy that can transform the collective consciousness. So we have with us today Srinitha Nithyananda Maharaj, who can share more about this event, this groundbreaking event, where people all over the world are gearing up, and such a great blessing for all of us, for all of humanity, all of the entire cosmos. So let's hear from Srinitha Nithyananda Maharaj what this event is going to be. Go ahead, Maharaj.
Nithyanandam. In yesterday's Nitya Satsang, Swamiji has delivered a beautiful gift to the humanity, which is the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Yagna. So, this Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Yagna is to bring a superconscious breakthrough to the humanity. 7 billion people are living in this planet, but Swamiji just asked only at least 10,000 people at any point of time should be doing the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Yagna, which is, he said that if one person do at a time for 1 hour, he just get the benefit of that 1 hour. But when you participate in this Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Yagna, which is a collective energy, which like around 10,000 people will be doing the Yagna at any point of time. So when you also participate in that hour, if even 1 hour you participate, you get the benefit of 10,000 hours because it's the collective energy of the 10,000 people. So how is this conscious breakthrough is taking place, and what is conscious breakthrough? What is superconscious breakthrough? So about this superconscious breakthrough, Swamiji has spoken a lot before. Just taking few glimpses of videos of Swamiji has spoken about the superconscious breakthrough before and given a clear definition what is actually a superconscious breakthrough, a conscious breakthrough to the humanity. So now we'll be playing a few videos on what is conscious breakthrough and how is a conscious breakthrough. Swami is beautifully explained in the satsang.
If we raise the frequency of the consciousness in us, which is possible, understand? It is possible. Raising the frequency of consciousness does not mean practicing certain habits, ideas, concepts. No. When the superconscious breakthrough happens in you, you completely build a new body, new mind, new consciousness, new cognitions. Listen. Consciousness is the I-ness you experience throughout your life. It's bigger than what you are seeing around you. For example, you see a building 100 feet tall. You think 10 times bigger, 1,000 feet tall. It's a growth. But suddenly you start imagining 25,000 feet tall. That is not growth. That is breakthrough. Imagining which cannot be imagined is breakthrough.
We have with us on the panel Srinti Atma Pujananda Swami, who is joining us from Varanasi. Swami, the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yagna. Can you please share what it is and what is the actual definition of the whole process?
Thank you, Swami. I'll start with invoking our Guru, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kebalam Jnanamurtam Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusam Tattvamashyadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Thank you, Swami, and thank you, viewers. Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yagna is the ultimate conscious awakening process. I can explain the meaning of each word. Akhanda. Akhanda means unbroken. Khanda means broken. So the yagna which is already started, now is going to be, it will be starting after the after Swami gives a blessing, but everything is ready. But the understanding of the yagna is that it is akhanda, it is not going to be broken, it is unbroken. Nirvikalpa. Vikalpa means the thoughts happening inside the human mind is vikalpa. Nirvikalpa means the space of thoughtlessness, which we are calling the space of unclutching. So that is the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yagna. So this unbroken space of Samadhi is the space where 10,000 will gather and radiate the reflection of Paramashiva by entering into this unbroken Nirvikalpa, Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yagna. If we see if the sunlight falls on a mirror, on a convex lens, and the reflection of the convex lens fall on a paper, we see the concentrated rays burns the paper. Same way, when the reflection of Paramashiva falls on the space which is like a mirror-like space is Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the thoughtless space and unbroken thoughtless space where the concentrated energy, like how the convex lens focuses the reflection, same way the reflection of a Paramashiva, when it falls back on the cosmos, it raises the consciousness of this very planet and raises the positivity, takes the world from the suffering of the humanity which it is going through, from multiple negativity to the state of bliss, peace, tranquility. This is the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yagna. This is what it is, Swami.
Thank you, Swami. Thank you so much for giving us the deeper meaning, the definition of the Yagna, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Akhanda, the unbreakable or unbroken rather. Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Jnana, Yagna. So we'll go back to Sri Nithyananda Maharaj, where he was explaining what unclutching means, and let's hear from him what people are preparing for all over the world. People are going to join this Yagna, and they're going to collectively participate in this event. Let's hear more from Sri Nithyananda Maharaj. What is going to happen? Exactly what is expected, and exactly what you can participate. How you can participate. Go ahead, Maharaj.
Nithyanandam. So explaining more on this superconscious breakthrough. So Swamiji says that that all of us are interconnected. So how is that this consciousness and our being are connected? So even that Swamiji has beautifully explained. After I finish speaking, we'll play this video. So actually, Swamiji says that each one of us are made of the same stuff. All of us are made of the same stuff, but there is 0.001% of delusion in us which make us think that that we and the concepts of around us and whatever we feel as we and our family, all that is that 0.11% of us in the delusion thinking that we are separate, that feeling of the separation. But Swamiji clearly explained scientifically that how this consciousness and our DNA, our being, are actually connected to the ultimate superconsciousness. So this is how Swamiji says that by doing this Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Yagna, that we all will be connecting to Paramashiva and just requesting Paramashiva to just manifest in us. So that time what will happen is, we are not we are Paramashiva, we are in the same source, and all of us are connected. So that time, that is the reason that when 10,000 people at a time doing the whole Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Yagna, the benefit goes to that mass level, that collective energy goes to each one of us and gives the impact of the 10,000 hours in just 1 hour we do. So how is that scientifically connected, and how is that the function, the whole thing is functioning? Swami is beautifully explained in one of the So now we'll be playing the video and Swami explaining about how the consciousness and DNAs are connected.
I'll make few revelations. Some of the revelations I am making, science already understood. Some of the revelations I'm going to make now, science is yet to catch up, yet to realize it. But what I am saying is the ultimate truth from Paramashiva directly. This is the most powerful sacred secret I have ever revealed to the world. Listen to this carefully. Your DNA has some physical components like a sugar, so many other things, and they are kept together through water. Listen carefully. The DNA strands and your consciousness is kept together through sound. The different DNA strands kept together through water, DNA strands and consciousness is kept together through sound. And the kind of the sounds you use regularly inside and the kind of the sounds you stored inside matters, because through that sound your consciousness connects with the DNA and sends instruction, and DNA manifests your life. Listen carefully. So, if you want superconscious mutation, listen. Whether you are Kailasavasi or not, Sannyasi or not, Brahmachari or not, Grihastha or not, nothing matters if you allow the superconscious mutation in your life. Purpose of becoming Kailasavasi, Sannyasi, everything is only this one. Superconscious mutation. If you miss that goal, sannyas is useless. Actually, sannyas is nothing but moving towards a superconscious mutation. Whenever there is a lust happening in you, instead of allowing the soft delusory words to manifest in you, listen the word I am using, soft delusory words to manifest in you, use Mahavagya. Listen carefully. The soft delusory words are love idea. Hard delusory words are violence idea. The good news is you can reprogram, replace the old sounds through which your consciousness and DNA strands are tied together, connected together. The great news is you can use these 4 opportunities to do it easily. I'll give you the precise conclusion. Whenever you feel hungry, angry, lusty, sleepy, intensely reverberate your whole being with Mahavagya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, with the decision, let my being, let my consciousness manifest itself through my DNA using this Mahavagya as connection point. Let Mahavagya be the connective point. I tell you, immediately you will experience Kailasa. This Mahavagya is directly from Kailasa. Anyone who decides to use Mahavagya to connect your consciousness and DNA will have the ultimate superconscious mutation. You will manifest health, you will manifest wealth, you will manifest beautiful relationships, you will manifest blissful life, you will manifest knowledge, you will manifest Paramashiva Jnana, the ultimate powerful cognitions, and Paramashiva Vijnana, ultimate applied science of Paramashiva, and all the powers naturally. Understand? Your life is all about what kind of a connection your consciousness and DNA has. That's all. Chit Jata Kranti. Chit means consciousness. Jata means DNA. DNA is the closest matter which can have connection with consciousness. Chit Jata Granthi. The knot between the Chit and Jata. What is the material with which that knot is made, that sound is the material with which that knot is made. What kind of a sound made that knot? Listen, I'm repeating. If Mahavagya is the sound with which Chit and Jata is connected, you will have ultimate superconscious mutation. Swalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. Even if you practice for a few days, whatever you gain will come with you forever, any number of births you take.
Nithyananda. And Swamiji has also given the way, the process to do the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Yagna yesterday in the satsang, which that he told that create the Satya Sankalpa to let Paramashiva to happen in you, to manifest in you. Swamiji said that Paramashiva is not even requesting you to pray him, but he's just requesting you to request him to manifest in you. So you just have to allow Paramashiva to manifest in you. So during that time, you have to unclutch everything you experience as you in the world. So what is that unclutching the experience as you? So what is that you have to unclutch? And what is the real definition of unclutching? Where people have various understanding what is unclutching. So I'm just beautifully explained about unclutching just one line. So now I'm requesting to play a video on unclutching. Swamiji explained beautifully about the unclutching in just one line.
So much the experience of unclutching, how it's a huge awakening, a conscious awakening that Swamiji has gifted us. Just being unclutched, being disengaged from our normal thought process, the thought cycle that we always get into. When we are disengaged, unclutched from it, we can enter into a space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. And that itself is sufficient to raise the total consciousness. We will now be beginning with the Mahavakya chanting when we prepare ourselves, how to prepare ourselves to enter into the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. We'll first sit with the chanting of Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivam, and then we'll be listening and also chanting the Bhagavad Gita, the greatest delivery of the divine, the song of the divine, delivered by Sri Krishna himself, and the Upanishad delivered by Lord Rama. And as he said, the place that the Upanishad was delivered to Lord Hanuman is our very own Kalpa Vriksha in the Nithyanandeshwara Devasthanam in Adi Sarvagni Peetham in Bidadi. So it is a very dear place to us. It's a beautiful experience to even listen to the Upanishad and continue the chant. And then automatically we are prepared to be able to enter into the unclutching experience. And of course, unclutching, Swamiji has beautifully given the technique how to enter into that space. So we will be watching over and seeing how worldwide, the whole the group of people who are going to be participating, they will be all participating, and we'll be definitely supporting them and entering into the process. So thank you, Srinitya Priyananda Maharaj. Now we also have, we heard from Srinitya Atma Pujananda Swami, and Swami, the whole process that is going on, how Swamiji has created this space for the conscious awakening. Swamiji has also created the multiple ways, the Paramashivam event, the most positive event that is happening on this planet right now. All of this is happening because there has been a sharp decline. Especially if you notice, Hinduism is the only, probably the only tradition, the only religion that recognizes the grand scale. If you look at it, there are other traditions which may only give us the tools to be a good person or to achieve success in our lives, be happy. So the scope or the perception of life itself is actually limited. But here, to even have the perception, to even have the view of the collective consciousness and what are the problems the collective consciousness is facing, and because of that, how our life is directly impacted, and also not only the problem, but what is the solution for it. All of that has been researched and the solutions is developed in Hinduism. That's the beauty of Hinduism. And the situation that we are facing right now is there is a sharp decline. There is so much attack at every step of the way. All Hindu symbols, Hindu gurus, the pillars of Hinduism, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, they're all under attack. So we are under a crisis. There is a clear and present danger for just the existence of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So I wanted to hear from, let's hear from Srinitya Atma Pujananda Swami on what can be done at such a crisis time. What is the solution that Sanatana Hindu Dharma offers, and what has Swamiji given as a solution? Swami?
So now the problem what the world is going through and the solution it has to go for, it's a macro issue. It's not just that at micro level, the understanding what people are having, the whole globe is going through the problem. If we start jotting down what is happening at the present moment by Corona as in now has taken off 92,829 lives so far. This is the latest report. Why in the entire world people are even thinking of going out of their house, having the fear of going out of their house? They are every economy is in a bad shape because they don't have a cure available. And even meeting to another person is a threat now. So it is that the solution is not lying with one person or with one area. The solution for this macro issue is a macro solution, which is a global solution. It is not a regional solution, which is the answer for the moment. The disease has spread borderless, and it has a deep reason to understand. Swamiji, in one of his discourses, has explained how the cosmic karma has led to the problem which the humanity is facing now. The very understanding that only human beings can survive in the planet Earth, only human being has the right to live in the planet Earth, and this very desire, this very goal of only allowing the human beings and killing all the other beings, which breaks the cosmic rule, the cosmic law of abhayam sarva bhutebhyuh, the coexistence of everything, every being together. When we break the cosmic law, we incur the cosmic karma. Every life in planet is significant. Human being's life is not more significant than the life of the tree, the animals, other beings existing on the planet Earth. So this very human attitude has neglected the entire humanity and blindly pursuing his own ideology of selfish goal has landed everyone into the state of suffering and destruction. So Corona has happened to take the world into the new order. So the solutions for what is happening is only when you understand the depth of the problem. There was a time when there were 55 countries where Hindu philosophy, Hindu lifestyle used to be practiced. But because of various aggression and various reasons, now Sanatana Hindu Dharma and its extreme discoveries beyond the reach of the science, which is extremely helpful to the humanity, is finding difficult to survive in this very land of Bharatavarsha, where once upon a time it was in full swing. The pillars of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Guru Sishya Parampara, very lucidly explained by our Gurudeva, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. The entire Sanatana Hindu Dharma is basically having gurus and disciples, and this Guru Shishya Parampara was holding the entire science together, practicing it, pursuing it, sharing it with the entire cosmos, and leading the entire cosmos to the most peaceful, coexistent lifestyle based on ahimsa, ahimsa paramam dharmam. This Guru Shishya Parampara, the pillar, one of the pillars, or the Gurukul education system, which was holding, which was the beginning point for the humanity to come in contact with the divine beings, the connection with the divine beings. A conscious explosion happens in the planet Earth, that the Gurukul education system is completely ruined, and no government, no community has come up to protect it, to fight for it, to stand for it, to propagate it, and to carry this unique parampara of Guru and Shishya, the learnings, at the feet of the master, the Upanishad. When that got broken, the entire science is now not available, and available to only few mass people, the only survivor and the only carrier of this entire experience and the science is now left with hardly rarest of the rare beings, is Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, who is presently available to this planet Earth. If we can understand the depth of the problem, that the cosmic karma, why we are individual is becoming self-centric, why the individual is not ready to allow the coexistence of other human beings. I have seen the hypocrisy of human beings where they say that, oh, I love animals, but in their plate they have plate full of meat. I love nature, but they are ready to kill trees, cut the trees. The love of the human being is not bringing any sacrifice for the entire humanity. The love of human being is pseudo, because human being is feeling separated from the entire cosmos and not unifying, and the element of unification of individual consciousness with the cosmic consciousness, the individual with the divine, the connectivity used to happen through the Guru. The entire Guru Parampara was vindicated, attacked by lawfare, by abusers, and by persecution. So the backbone of Hinduism breaks, and the extraordinary science of coexistence, which holds the planet Earth together, completely shakes and falls apart in the ground. Only Hinduism has the science where doctors were never paid, doctors were always relentlessly working for the humanity to have a disease-free world. Food was never sold, it was shared. Education was never sold, it was always given out of the love and the very right of every being of receiving this truth, the ultimate truth, the Vidya, which happened in the Vedic civilization. So there was no contention there was no conflict in the medical system. Means the producer of medicine does not look at the humanity as its customer. The educationist does not see the students as its clients to make money. When those things are not present, when the medicine is not sold, when the food is not sold, no violence happens. When coexistence is practiced, the planet is absolutely feels tranquil. All beings falls into the plane of peace and bliss. When the education, the ultimate education of consciousness, ahimsa, and the unification of the individual consciousness with the cosmic consciousness, that we are not separate, we are not competing with each other, but we are complementing each other. There is no competition exists inside the cosmos. There is always abundance, and we are complementing each other. So coexistence is the very fabric of the existence. When this dharma was broken down, so natural, what natural? The result is the cosmic karma which each human being is suffering. If any human being understands this, the very depth of the problem, by introducing one more medicine, corona problem will not be solved. By introducing one vaccination, the problem of the corona, the existential issues will not be solved. The depth of the problem has to be analyzed. Only when the depth has to be analyzed, the root of the problem gets uprooted, the problem never exists, and the natural law has to prevail, that will only prevail. For that reason, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, to uproot this very existential problem, has called for the human beings who understands the urge of the very moment and accept apat sannyas. Apat means emergency. Apat sannyas. When we receive the call, instantly jumping to protect the very Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the very existential science, the very natural law which is holding the planet Earth, not only the planet Earth but also the entire existence, the Brahmanda. When that happens, this problem for once will be eradicated. So all it requires for the present human being to listen to the call of the avatara, to listen to the call of the Mother Earth, to listen to the call of the cosmos, and do not allow our own future to perish. Understand the emergency of the situation. If I have an idea that I can have a better world for my own, is the delusion which human being is living. We cannot have a separate better world for each one who is dreaming in the cosmos. There was a time, few months before, we were dreaming, each individual had a separate dream, but now the entire globe is suffering. Each human being's dream is damaged, broken into pieces. Neither there is job, nor there is employment, nor there is economy, and there is disease, death, depression, drugs. All these are spread. Only when we understand this depth, we want to change our future, It is the necessity of So this cognitive shift, this psychological revolution is the basic shift needs to happen inside a human being for taking this decision for apat sannyas. All outer paraphernalia is decision flows from this cognitive shift. So the moment we have the cognitive shift, instantly the decision for apat sannyas is the natural course of the result happens. That is a understanding, Swami. What Swamiji has, His Divine Holiness, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, has been expounding for years through thousands of hours of his discourses, through his very lifestyle. Even he is being mercilessly attacked, even he is being persecuted, even lawfare were used to persecute, to ground him, to demolish his very structure of Gurukul education system which he had established. Day and night, extraordinary work what His Holiness has done, and in response to that, because he did it, he had to face tremendous persecution, attack, inhuman treatment, not even human treatment, to the divine. And still, he is carrying, spreading the space of ahimsa, non-violence, not diverting his focus towards fighting, but remaining focused in contributing to this very existence, to the very humanity, all the unique things he has brought from Kailasa and sharing with each and every being makes me fall for him, makes the whole existence fall for him. And the droplets falls from the eyes is a gratitude to our Guru, to the divine, for what he is contributing to the humanity. So, dear all brothers and sisters, listen to this very call. All it requires, just have deep thinking, contemplation on the truths, and we will be awake to take this decision for apat sannyas, to become hands and legs, the parts of the body of this divine incarnation, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and become the leader in leading this humanity into the new world order. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Swami. So, one thing I wanted to ask, see, whenever we talk about sannyas, we immediately think of renunciation, leaving something behind. And invariably, most of the people are confronted with emotions of pain and suffering because something has to be left behind. And that is the essence of the definition of tyaga also, how Swamiji has beautifully, I can say, given tyaga a wholly new perspective of definition. So can you share about that? What is exactly tyaga, and what renunciation really amounts to? Is it really a painful experience? Is it really something, taking away something that is very important for you? Taking away something that is needed for you? What is the renunciation? Can you share about that?
The Sanskrit verse which speaks about न कर्मणा नात्य तेजो नैके अमृतत्वमानसहु. This न कर्मणा न त्यागे नैके amritatva Please, the nectar which happens inside the human being, the joy, the celebration which happens inside the human being, and the tyaga is the natural state that is being expounded in this verse. The very understanding, just very understanding, very simple. If you understand this, the whole confusion will be against. Sannyas is not against sansara. Sansara is not against sannyasa. Only this one understanding. One at a time. There are hundreds of things to understand, but this very understanding is sannyasi is to be against the sansara. Sansara is the Sanskrit word which we are saying is this very existence, Jagat, or this whatever we call as a humanity is our family, is the whole global family is what we call sansara. Is sannyas against sansara? Is sansara against sannyasi? What the Upanishad says is Jiv and Jagat, are they different? That is why Sankaracharya very clearly explains and expounded in Brahma Sutra and in Upanishad. Brahma Satya Jagat Mithya. Brahma Satya Jagat Mithya is the only word we need to understand. The very sansara is a manifestation of divine. When the sannyasi understands, he is no longer an individual, he is no longer an independent entity. Rather, the entire sansara is a manifestation of the divine, very divine. So that unifies him with the sansara, that hits his mind that I am no longer an individual, so pursuing my individual goal becomes useless. Individual dreams, individual goals, selfish aims are useless. It falls apart because the whole sansara is a manifestation of divine. That is what Ishavasya Upanishad also explains. Ishavasya idam sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. That is what it explains. Isa, the Lord, pervades everywhere and everything. So how come this very tenet, this very understanding, which is the sannyasi practices, as the cognitive shift, construes sansara as separate from him. So he does not construe sansara as separate from him. He understands that this very sansara, this very existence is a part and parcel of his own existence. Therefore, his very existence is to serve this very samsara. His very existence is to serve the samsara. He cannot leave because human being is not understanding he is thinking he has a independent entity and life which is separated from the universe, which is separated from the samsara. Understand, without even one ant, if the entire ant perishes, human being cannot survive. Existence is completely woven together. We cannot minus one thing from it. So if I cannot minus one thing from it, if my existence, very existence, depends on the existence of others' existence depends on the existence of very me, therefore, the common human goals are only the human goals. My selfish goals cannot be the goal of the entire humanity. I want supremacy over every human being cannot be the goal of the entire humanity. But the coexistence, which is the Vedic truth, abhayam sarvabhutebhyo, has to be the goal of every being living on the planet Earth. Because that is a cosmic law. That has to be the goal of every human being. That is the very platform of the truth. So my individual desires, my individual goal hampers and conflicts the cosmic understanding and the cosmic law. Therefore, human suffering will be endless. If this very cognition is understood, human suffering will be endless until he drops very idea and does not raise his cognition to the cosmic law, to the very depth, the very understanding how the cosmos functions. In today's Paramashivam session, which Swamiji relentlessly conducting before Corona itself, he announced in all his disciples, devotees worldwide to come together and participate in Paramashivam 2 program to give this planet the next shift by dropping the cognition of separatedness and getting united with the cosmic law and raising this planet Earth to remove the Corona disease, to remove the miseries from this planet Earth. Is conducting in the platform, in the internet platform, worldwide, having more than 100 countries participating in this program. Humanities, citizens from across the countries are participating in this program to raise their maturity and to raise the consciousness to the next level and uniting and understanding the very depth how the cosmos functions. Learn this, practice this, share this. We invite every human being present listening to this to join the Paramashivam program to test the very juice of this nectar, amrita, of the cosmic cognition. When we drop the individual cognition which separates us, which gives sufferings, and drops that cognition and unites with the cosmos, suddenly the suffering ceases to exist. This is what Patanjali explains. Cessation is the state of yoga. Cessation of thoughts is the state of yoga. So cessation of the suffering, the very thought of suffering,
I think
the
Atma Bhuja Swami is having
Nirodha. We will see the unification happens.
Atma Bhuja Swami is having some. We will come back. Now it is time to prepare ourselves to receive the greatest blessing, the satsang from His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam. I just want to quickly remind everybody to visit paramashivam.org if you want to participate in the groundbreaking, the breakthrough experience of consciousness. This is the time. Please visit paramashivam.org and register yourself and be part of this grand happening. So now let us prepare ourselves. Let's get into a deep listening space so we can receive the ultimate truths. And also a quick reminder that the Nithyanandeshwara Hindu Temple in Los Angeles will be celebrating Kala Bhairava Ashtami. Sri Kala Bhairava, of course, the god of time, the ferocious but very benevolent form of Paramashiva, who destroys all things negative, all illnesses and all evil. He is the Akasha Bhairava who destroys laziness, tiredness and boredom. He shows you the path filled with tyaga and of all unnecessary aspects of life. Whatever you feel, whatever you don't need in your life, he gives us the intelligence to perform sacrifice of all of those aspects. How to relate with him? Express your gratitude to Sri Kala Bhairava and receive his blessings by sponsoring the various rituals that are available on this day. Let us now sit straight, closing our eyes. Sitting in a complete space of listening, let's chant the Mahavakya, a reminder of our true identity. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Nityananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivam. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
A day in the life of the Avatar, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, January 2000, Tiruvannamalai, South India. Declaration of the Avataric Mission. His Divine Holiness started his public life after Mata Vibhutananda Puri, his Vedanta Guru, coronated him as successor in 1994 at 16. On 31st December 1999, On his Jayanti day, day of assuming the human body, His Divine Holiness declared his international mission of Kailasa, the enlightened civilization and greatest Hindu nation. He was 22 years of age. He started radiating the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva for the entire humanity. These are the first set of photographs taken just a few days later by a few devotees in Tiruvannamalai when His Divine Holiness visited Tiruvannamalai, his hometown, in early January 2000. When Paramashiva had decided to start manifesting as Nithyananda Paramashivam, His Divine Holiness came to offer gratitude to his Arunachaleshwara Paramashiva for the revival of Sri Kailasa, the grand mission of Paramashiva to uplift humanity with the superconscious breakthrough. Arunachala, the sacred hill form of Paramashiva, is his beloved and very being. Even which he sacrificed in preparation to serve humanity with the superconscious breakthrough. This was the time his every cell was preparing itself for every being waiting for him. His body was silently asserting itself for the humongous task that lay ahead. He sat with the Satya Sankalpa, conscious declaration of establishing Kailasa, the enlightened civilization and greatest Hindu nation. He sat in the corner of a 3-acre land in Tiruvannamalai, which became his own monastery 8 years later, from where he spread the Sri Kailasa enlightenment ecosystem. He started radiating the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Staying in temples, in the ashram built by his gurus in Pavalakundru and in the Anandagandha cave in Tiruvannamalai, he started giving superconscious breakthrough to people. His work of re-establishing the enlightenment ecosystem had begun, one person at a time. With the laughter that hides the hard work and sacrifice, she related with each being sincerely, raising them to Paramashivatva, state of Paramashiva, even without their knowledge. A friend for some, a guru for others, beloved for many. Willing to play any role to enlighten every being that is awaiting superconscious breakthrough. Blessing humanity forever. With the Satya Sankalpa conscious declaration of establishing Sri Kailasa, the greatest Hindu nation. The eyes of compassion that penetrate the the core of every being to awaken. In eternal devotion to the soul within, Paramashiva. A day in the life of the Devas, gods, is 1 year for human beings. Each day in the life of the Avatar is equivalent to years of sincerity, hard work, sacrifice and compassion for all of humanity.
शिवो गुरुर्देवो गुरुर्बन्धुः शरीरिणाम् गुरुरात्मा गुरुर्जीवो गुरोरन्यन्न विद्यते। श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तः श्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षि सुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूत द्राविडवेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धान्त स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्य कल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरुपरम्परा प्राप्त अटलपीठ अष्टोत्तरसहस्र श्री अटलपीठाधीश्वर धर्ममुक्तिस्वर्गपुरस्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्रीकैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्रीकैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानन्द प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
Shambho Namah Shivaya Vishveshwaraya Namah Shivaya Vishveshwaraya Namah Shivaya Sarveshwaraya Namah Shivaya Sarveshwaraya Namah Shivaya Shambho Shiva Shambho Shiva Shambho 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 Shiva Shambho Shiva Shambho 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 न च श्रोत्रजिह्वे न च घ्राणनेत्रे न च व्योम भूमिर्न तेजो न वायु चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं 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 न च प्राणसंज्ञो न वै पञ्चवायु न वा सप्तधातु न वा पञ्चकोशः न वाक्पाणिपादौ न चोपस्थपायु चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं 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 न मे द्वेषरागौ न मे लोभमोहौ मदो नैव मे नैव मात्सर्यभावः न धर्मो न चार्थो न कामो न मोक्षः चिदानन्दरूपः शिवोऽहं 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 न पुण्यं न पापं न सौख्यं न दुःखं न मन्त्रो न तीर्थं न वेदः न यज्ञः अहं भोजनं नैव भोज्यं न भोक्ता चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं 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 न मृत्युर्न शङ्का न मे जातिभेदः पिता नैव मे नैव माता न जन्म न बन्धुर्न मित्रं गुरुर्नैव शिष्यः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं 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 अहं निर्विकल्पो निराकाररूपो विभुत्वाच्च सर्वत्र सर्वेन्द्रियाणां न चासङ्गतं नैव मुक्तिर्न मेयः चिदानन्दरूपः शिवोऽहं 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 शिवोऽहं
கிடைக்குமா அபயகரம் கிடைக்கும் சரணத்தில் நிழல் கிடைக்குமா
சரணத்தில் நிழல் கிடைக்குமா
அலை மீது அலையாக துயர் வந்து சேரும்போது
அலை மீது அலையாக துயர் வந்து சேரும்
அலை மீது அலையாக துயர் வந்து சேரும்போது
அலை மீது அலையாக துயர் வந்து சேரும்
அஞ்சாதே எனும் குரலை செவி கேட்குமா
அஞ்சாதே எனும் குரலை செவி கேட்குமா
நீ அஞ்சாதே எனும் குரலை செவி கேட்குமா
நீ அஞ்சாதே எனும் குரலை செவி கேட்குமா
விழி கிடைக்குமா அபயகரம் கிடைக்குமா
விழி கிடைக்குமா அபயகரம் கிடைக்குமா
குருநாதன் சரணத்தில் நிழல் கிடைக்குமா
குருநாதன் சரணத்தில் நிழல் கிடைக்குமா
கோட்டி ஜன்மம் நான் எடுப்பேன் குருமுந்தன் அருள் இருந்தால்
கோடி ஜன்மம் நான் எடுப்பேன் குருமுந்தன் அருள் இருந்தால்
கோடி ஜன்மம் நான் எடுப்பேன் குருமுந்தன் அருள் இருந்தால்
கோடி ஜன்மம் நான் எடுப்பேன் குருமுந்தன் அருள் இருந்தால்
உனக்குன்றே உனக்காக என்னையாக்குவேன்
உனக்குன்றே உனக்காக என்னையாக்குவேன்
உனக்குன்றே உனக்காக என்னையாக்குவேன்
உனக்குன்றே உனக்காக என்னையாக்குவேன்
நினைக்காத துன்பம் பல என்னை வந்து சேரும்போது
நினைக்காத துன்பம் பல என்னை வந்து சேரும்
நினைக்காத துன்பம் பல என்னை வந்து சேரும்போது
நினைக்காத துன்பம் பல என்னை வந்து சேரும்
உன்னை நினைத்தாலே அபயம் தரும் கரம் கிடைக்குமா
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 விழி கிடைக்குமா அபய கரம் கிடைக்குமா
விழி கிடைக்குமா அபய கரம் கிடைக்குமா
குருநாதன் சரணத்தில் நிழல் கிடைக்குமா
குருநாதன் சரணத்தில் நிழல் கிடைக்குமா
நங்கூரம் போல் குருநாதன் கடைவிழி இருக்க
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 சம்சார புயல் கண்டு மனம் மஞ்சுமா
சம்சார புயல் கண்டு மனமல்ஜுமா
சம்சார புயல் கண்டு மனமும் மஞ்சுமா
சம்சார புயல் கண்டு மனமல்ஜுமா
நிஜமான அன்பு வைத்து எனதெல்லாம் முன்னடியில் வைத்தேன்
நிஜமான அன்பு வைத்து எனதெல்லாம் உடலில் வைத்தேன்
நிஜமான அன்பு வைத்து எனதெல்லாம் முன்னடியில் வைத்தேன்
நிஜமான அன்பு வைத்து எனதெல்லாம் உடலில் வைத்தேன்
விழியோர படகில் எனக்கிடம் கிடைக்குமா
விழியோர படகில் எனக்கிடம் கிடைக்குமா
உன் விழியோர படகில் எனக்கிடம் கிடைக்குமா
விழியோர படகில் எனக்கிடம் கிடைக்குமா
விழி கிடைக்குமா அபயகரம் கிடைக்குமா
விழி கிடைக்குமா அபயகரம் கிடைக்குமா
பட்டனடா மாமாயை என்னும் வனத்தில் அலைகிறண்டா தாமாய் உலகனைத்தும் தாது கலங்கிறண்டா மண்ணாசை பட்டேனை மண்ணுண்டு போட்டதடா பொன்னாசை பெண்ணாசை போகேனே என்றுதே மக்கள் குற்றத்தாசை மறக்கேனே என்றுதே சிக்கர காமாசையது தீரேனே என்றுதே வித்தை கற்கும் ஆசையது விட்டொழியேன் என்றுதே சித்து கற்கும் ஆசை சிதையேனே என்றுதே மந்திரத்தில் ஆசை மறக்கேனே என்றுதே சுந்தரத்தில் ஆசை துறக்கேனே என்றுதே கட்டு வர்க்கத்து ஆசை கழலேனே என்றுதே செட்டுதல் ஆசை சிதையேனே என்றுதே மாற்றும் கலவை மறக்கேனே என்றுதே பொட்டு குழியும் இன்னும் கூறேனே என்றுதே ஐந்து
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्ति मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus from all over the world. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the Sarvanyapita Kartas, Yajamans, Manifestors, Sarvaparityagis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedar, visitors, viewers, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, Kailasas, e-Gurukul students, Kailasas, NHU students, thousands of Paramashivam Season 4 participants, everyone sitting with us through Kailasa TV, Kailasas NTV, Kailasas HNTV, Kailasas Enlightened. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Purifying the source of your energy, prana, life force, is the goal of human body. You use some form of fuel to empower you, to make you active, alive, fresh, excited. Some people get ignited, excited with sex, lust, passion. Some people get ignited, excited, active with anger, revenge, holding grudge. Some people get excited, inspired, active through devotion, feeling connection, powerful truths, empowering, enlightening cognitions, activities like yoga, kriya, puja, purifying, raising the quality of your fuel, raises your state, space, powers of Paramashiva. If you raise the quality of your fuel, move from sex, away from anger, move away from revenge, move away from holding grudge, move away from all of this tamasic, rajasic, life negative fuels and resources. Move towards intense, empowering, life positive fuel. The most life positive, highest fuel is tyaga, sacrifice. Tyaga is source of prana in Kailasa. I tell you, every time when I attend to my kids and answer their questions, help them to get enlightened, manifest powers, I feel so much prana, energy. It's not that I want them to get into mood swings and throw tantrum. I want to make it clear. Otherwise my kids will say, oh, I have to give energy to Swamiji, so I have to start throwing tantrum. No, stop. I have enough people all over the world whom I need to attend. I want to tell you all, whenever I do tyaga, I feel so much energy, excited. Yesterday one of my daughters were asking me, Swamiji, you said invoke Paramashiva, just like a request, he will manifest. But I read in the stories, Paramashiva gives hard tests. And it is very difficult to prove and succeed in those tests. Listen, he tests only during the conclusion moment, just before giving enlightenment. Actually, I will tell you the exact manual, procedure, insider secret. He makes you gold. After you become the gold, he tests your carrot to declare it to the world, that's all. Not that for him to know or judge you. He tests the carrot of your gold in public for the world to know, not for himself. So, listen carefully, I'll repeat. He makes you gold. Once you become gold, he does acid wash, acid test for the world to know your carrot, your purity. Not that he doubts you, not that he wants to test your standard, your carrot, no. He wants the world to know what kind of a metal you have become now. You are now. For that he tests. If you read Nayanmar's life, they will describe very clearly. Paramashiva decided to test Ilayangudi Mara Nayanar To show to the world his quality, not for himself. He doesn't know or what. As if Paramashiva doesn't know the strength and the metal out of which Ilayangudi Maranayana are made. Paramashiva only made Ilayangudi Maranayana. He wants to test, to show to the world what kind of metal Ilayangudi Maranayana is made of. Raising the quality of the fuel of your prana, your life force, is the purpose of human body. Some people get excited for money. For them, money is the prana. Some people get excited by abusing others, attacking others, destroying others. Listen, if destroying others, abusing others, attacking others makes you excited, you are a Chandala, Rakshasa, demon. If pleasures of life like sex, food, all this excites you, then you are Shudra. If money excites you, you are Vaishya. If commanding, ruling, administering excites you, you are Kshatriya. If enlightenment, powerful cognitions about cosmos, Kundalini Shakti, yoga, puja, kriya, if all this excites you, you are Brahmana. Your fuel decides your varna. Today, formally I am inaugurating both the global Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yagna to give superconscious breakthrough to the whole universe and to heal the world from COVID-19's direct and indirect effects. 12 zones from around the world consisting of people from all over 100 countries will continuously radiate the space of Paramashiva Listen. 12 zones from around the world, consisting of people from over 100 countries, will continuously radiate the space of Paramashiva by practicing Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutching process, meditation. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Starting now, I'll continue till I announce further. The goal is to have 10,000 people radiate Paramashiva from the state of Nirvikalpa Samadhi at any given point. We invite the entire world to join us and heal the globe from COVID-19 and give a superconscious breakthrough to the world. Even with people no meditation experience are welcome. We will teach you and we will train you the sacred unclutching process, Nirvikalpa Samadhi process, ultimate meditation revealed by Paramashiva, and we will enlighten you. Sign up at kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. And I tell you, as I said yesterday, if you are practicing all by yourself, if you put 1 hour effort, you will get 1 hour result. But here, if all of us put together, we put the billion-hour effort, every single individual who has put even 1 hour will receive the billion-hour result. That is the beauty of collective meditation process, collective spiritual alchemy process. So, now you are not only going to get the billion, I am adding direct Paramashiva component in it. So it just gets like a transformer. Billion become trillions and zillions. You will be showered. And next, the great Pachapatni Vratam completion. From today, next 7 days, till 19th May, we will do the Pachapatni Vratam. Because we started the Pachapatni Vratam late, those days, we are going to do it now and bring completion. So with this, I bless you all. I request all of you to join the teams now. That is why I am concluding the satsang little early. Organize yourself to be part of it, either conducting or coordinating or meditating. So, chanting 42 minutes of 108 Upanishads, 21 minutes of Bhagavad Gita, 1 hour of Mahavagya chanting, all these are very good preparation activity for you to sit in Nirvikalpa Samadhi for 1 hour. So, now the presidential briefing will be done. All of you join with the team and organize yourself. Let's start. So with this, I formally inaugurate Akhanda, Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yagna and Pachapatni Vratam completion to Parashakti Samayapurattu Mahamari. You all, let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, living and radiating the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. The eternal bliss. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षि सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिव पुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमण्य तुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धान्त स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्य कल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
What was that? What, ma?
Something you said in Tamil.
We are going live in a few seconds.
We are going live in a few seconds. Please mute yourself. Only one person speaking at a time. The only correct solve. Okay. Representative of Kailash, and then what? We are stating the state of affairs of Kailasa in. Representing the state of affairs of Kailasa in. Oh my God. Representative. Okay, Mukta, you are going.
Relax.
Ready to go? Let's go. Ma, please mute yourself. We are going live. Everything. So please mute yourself. Ma, I can't speak in NTV, no.
Nithyananda Paramashivam Om 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 Nithyananda
Nithyananda. I'm Sri Nitya Muktananda. I'm Sri Mahant of the Nithyananda Sangha and a proud ambassador of Kailasa, the only Hindu nation in the world. My humble pranams to Swamiji, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Today we are so proud to announce that we are starting the global Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yagna. As announced by Swamiji yesterday, this has really energized our entire Sangha. It is Swamiji's latest initiative to give the world a superconscious breakthrough and heal the world from COVID-19. The goal is to have 10,000 people radiate Paramashiva from the state of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. So 12 zones from around the world have come together today with people from over 100 countries. We all will continuously radiate the space of Paramashiva by practicing the unclutching meditation for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, starting from now, all the way till when COVID stay at home ends around the world. This is a really exciting opportunity. We really invite the entire world to join us and heal the globe from COVID-19. If 10,000 people can do this all over the globe at any given time, we can actually give a superconscious breakthrough to the entire world. So this is our goal. Even people with no meditation experience are welcome to join. So you're welcome to invite your friends, your family, your close circle. They all will be contributing towards the superconscious breakthrough of this entire globe. And what Swamiji said is, even if a person does this Nirvikalpa Samadhi meditation for 1 hour, and we collectively do it for 1 billion hours, then each person will get the benefit of doing it for 1 billion hours. Which means, like, just what he said is, if you can do unclutching meditation for 3 months in a row, you will achieve the state of Paramashiva. You will start radiating Paramashiva. You'll reach enlightenment. So imagine that if you can get the benefit of 1 billion hours of doing this meditation, how powerful would that be? So we really invite everybody to come join. The link for signing up is, I am going to read it to you. Okay, I will get the link to you. It's kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. That is the link where all of us can sign up. I'll repeat it again, kailasa.tv/minutes, letter 4, peace, P-E-A-C-E. And we'll also project this link on the screen. So the way this is going to happen is we have divided the entire globe into 12 zones. And each zone will continuously do this meditation, Nirvikalpa Samadhi meditation, for 12 hours in a row. There are some zones that may do it together, some zones may stagger, they may start a little late, but at any given time we'll have close to 4 to 8 zones doing this meditation at any given time. And all of them will be on a Zoom room for their zones. They will all get together and they will start the meditation. And anybody who is willing to join is welcome to join. And anybody who wants to give benefit from this, or who wants to help the world, is willing to take up this meditation, learn the unclutching meditation, which is a very, very powerful meditation. So right now, after this satsang, 7 zones will start, and the zones are Australia, New Zealand, then China, Singapore, Malaysia, that is Southeast, India and associated nearby countries, the Middle East, Africa, Europe, and then there are 6 different zones in North America, which encompass North America, South America, and Canada. And so each of these zones are going to bring together a large number of people to perform this meditation non-stop 24 hours. So all the House of Representatives today are here to present to you their plan on how they are going to coordinate with the whole team, how they're going to work with their local zones to make this happen. We are all extremely excited. This is such a blessing from Swamiji. This is an amazing opportunity for us to be part of something huge in this time when all of us are staying indoors due to COVID. And there is a lot of fear in the world. This is an amazing opportunity for us to elevate the entire world and take them to enlightenment. So with that, I invite Sri Mahasannidhanam to talk a little bit more about what we are doing for this program. Snehamaima.
Nithyananda. Pranams to Swamiji, our dearest Swamiji. And I am a Sri Mahant of the Nithyananda Sangha, Nithyananda Snehamayi. Today I am so excited and would like to offer my gratitude on my behalf and the Sangha's behalf for Bhagwan, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, to have given us this amazing opportunity to be part of this wonderful, wonderful global initiative, Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yagna. Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you so much. This is so exciting. I think the world has probably never seen such an initiative where we are sitting in the space of Paramashiva. Imagine sitting in the space of Paramashiva and manifesting the space of Paramashiva. Bhagavan taking us, hand-holding us, guiding us through that, and to create superconscious, to give a superconscious breakthrough to the whole world and heal the coronavirus and get us out of the pandemic that everybody is in and fearful of right now. And it's not only the unclutching meditation, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi meditation that we are going to be doing, performing. We are also going to be chanting the Upanishads, the Mahavakya, and the Bhagavad Gita. All of this together is going to take us to an amazing, amazing space beyond this normal human life, human being life that we have been leading. As we all know, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, his entire life is an embodiment of tyaga. It is an amazing opportunity He's giving us, and I would like to offer our gratitude to him to make us be part of that, for us to be an instrument for this great initiative where he is giving a superconscious breakthrough to the whole world. The world would have never seen such a shift in our consciousness. We all come together on this, and together we hold hands and go through this Nirvikalpa Samadhi meditation. So please spread the word. As Sri Mukta was saying, and Swamiji has been saying in yesterday's satsang and today's, 10,000 people is all we need at any given time to sit and be in that unconscious space, which is the being of Paramashiva space. So if we do that, we are sure to experience that superconscious breakthrough in this world. So inviting everybody to be part of this global initiative, and please spread the word like anything, and let us bring 10,000 people to join hands with us in this initiative. Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you so much.
Nithyananda. My name is Sri Nithyananda. I am one of the Sri Mahants of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam orders. And today I would like to share some information about what we are planning to do to opportunity of this greatest opportunity of Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yagna process to this entire zone of Texas and the southeast region, including Florida, Georgia, Washington DC, Tennessee. We have a huge plan to spread this message to everyone in this area. We are planning to do a Facebook advertisement and a few other ways of reaching out to the group in this area. And we are also reaching out to every member of our Sangha to take part in this greatest opportunity and to create a huge positive explosion and superconscious breakthrough in our region, and also get carried to the all other part of the world. So I thank Swamiji for giving this opportunity for us to create this superconscious breakthrough in our region and as well as all over the world. And the whole world is panicked with the COVID-19 problem. So this is the greatest opportunity for all of us to be taking part in this process and rise our consciousness, and in about 2 to 3 months we will be like having a higher, very high super conscious inside us. So I would like to thank our team for reaching out to the folks in our zone, and as well as in the Facebook ad and other way of reaching out to people. Thank you.
Nithyanandam. My name is Ma Nitya Muktikananda. Giving my gratitude and paying my respects to Swamiji as the House of Representative for the Kailasa in Los Angeles, which comprises the areas of Southern California, Hawaii, Alaska, and representing Trinidad and Tobago for today. I really thank Swamiji for the opportunity that he has given the entire Sangha and the entire community in these areas and across the world for being part of such a phenomenal global initiative meant for healing, empowerment, and fulfillment of people across the globe. This is the time when people need this particular empowerment, this healing based on what we are going through based on the pandemic. And we invite everyone who is watching to please come and be part of this initiative along with us, so that we are able to create a ripple effect across the globe for global healing to happen. When we empower each other, when we stand together in a space of oneness, anything is possible. This is what I have learned from my Guru, Swamiji, and I would like this to be experienced by each and every person out there. So please invite your family, your friends, your colleagues, everybody who is going to come and make themselves phenomenally powerful with the blessings of Swamiji, and by being together in this grand initiative. Swamiji, I request your blessings for everyone to receive their highest potential, energy, healing, and blessings from you. And we thank you for this opportunity for helping the entire world heal at the moment of need. Thank you, Swamiji. Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, Swamiji, I am very blessed to be here as the House of Representative for Ohio, Midwest, and Michigan, and Indiana. And we are very pleased to be part of this Akhanda Maha Vakya chanting, and also the unclutching Nirvikalpa Samadhi program. And this is the best thing that has happened for all of us, because all of us are so thrilled in this coronavirus time that how we are not even thinking about that how it is affecting the whole world. Our whole space is in an unclutched space, and we are very thankful to our beloved Bhagavan, Sri Paramahamsa Nithyananda Paramahamsam. And we are already we have filled in the sheets for our region. The slots are taken. It is so exciting. People are so excited to participate in this. And we are very excited, and we are asking all the people in the region to join and represent us. And we are so excited. And this is a great program. And if new people want to join, please contact us. Thank you, Swamiji, for this great opportunity, and Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam. I am Ma Vaishali from Kailasa in San Jose. And Nithyanandam, dearest beloved Swamiji, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. And today I am here representing San Jose and Phoenix, and representing the state of affairs from Kailasa and San Jose. And actually I am extremely excited to share the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yagna. Yesterday Bhagwan announced in the satsang, and in almost 24 hours you should see the excitement that is rolling off throughout the world, through our entire Sangha, to join this Yagna. So this is basically, Bhagwan has announced to heal the entire world from the coronavirus and its side effects, and to give a super conscious breakthrough to the entire humanity. And I'm requesting all of us to join, because where else we will get a chance like this to experience and manifest the being of Paramashiva, and as well as participate in giving that super conscious breakthrough to entire humanity. And Bhagwan told that if 10,000 of those beings sit and do the unclutching, then the super conscious breakthrough to the entire humanity will happen. So we all should be a part of those 10,000 beings. Nobody should miss out of that. And as a part of the preparations, I'm excited to share that we are already, as I'm speaking, all the sign-ups are pouring in, and I'm getting messages from all over that how people can join the Yagna. So we are starting tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. with the Mahavakya chanting. So Bhagwan told to prepare our inner space for the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. We should first do Mahavakya chanting, then do the Upanishad and the Bhagavad Gita chanting. That will prepare our inner space to experience the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. So we are starting off with Mahavakya chanting at 6 a.m. Pacific time. Then 7 a.m. Pacific time will be Upanishad and Bhagavad Gita chanting. Then we will go from 8 a.m. in the morning Pacific time till 8 p.m. in the evening, 12 hours of unclutching. So I really invite all of you, all the entire Bay Area and the Phoenix Sangha and all over the world, please come and join us in this Yagna and experience the super conscious breakthrough for yourself, and be a part of the entire world experiencing the super conscious breakthrough. Thank you, and Nithyananda. See you guys all in the Zoom link.
Nithyanandam Swamiji, it is with great pleasure and my honor to give you the state of affairs for the region of the Midwest, for the 5 states of Missouri, Illinois, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Minnesota. We are very excited to announce that within a very short time span, we have had an outpouring of excitement, and we have completely filled all of the slots for the chanting and the unclutching program. As you all know, within a very short few weeks, the world as we knew it changed. A small virus, COVID-19, was able to take the world as we knew it and changed it. Many of us are in lockdown and relegated to our homes. And then many of us are in the workforce, still going to work and in hospitals and in settings taking care of people. And so there is stress across the world, whether you're at home or whether you're working. And it is a great, just a great experience for us to be able to have this opportunity to participate in an incredibly novel program, which is Bhagavan Paramashiva Nithyananda, and outlined to basically help the body heal and to survive through a pandemic such as this, and to take us to the very next level of consciousness. We have been in the Midwest already doing a daily routine, including yoga and puja, and so it is exciting for us to now be able of the Upanishads and then the Bhagavad Gita, as well as the Mahavakya chanting, and of course the unclutching. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Nithyanandam. My name is Hariharan, and I am representing the State of Affairs of Kailasa in Seattle, Pacific Northwest, comprising the states of Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. We are very excited to be part of this entire process, because we all know that one of the most powerful techniques given to us by Bhagavan is unclutching. It is really one of the very, very, very special process where when you practice it just once, you will see its positive effect immediately. It brings everyone to the present instead of, leaving or hanging behind in the hangover of the past or uncertain worries of the future. So now is the amazing chance for all of us to continuously practice this beautiful technique that's been given to us by Bhagavan for 24 hours a day. My sincere gratitude to Swamiji for making this science so widely available and for choosing us as his hands in reaching out to this entire world with this science. On behalf of all the members of the Pacific Northwest area, I am declaring today to do everything possible to reach out to everyone in our state, to make sure that everyone knows about this and everyone has an opportunity to participate in this. We as a Sangha is also very excited, and we are jumping in joy to be part of this and bring the conscious shift and be part of the superconscious breakthrough to the world. We have planned out a lot of activities. We have and we are just starting to implement some of them, and really very excited and curious to see what's on the other side of the road 6 months from now, seeing the most highly consciously shifted universe in front of us, just like how Bhagavan is envisioning in his vision. Thank you, Swamiji. Gratitude from the Pacific Northwest Sangha members and all of us for giving us this opportunity to be part of this activity, and requesting your blessings to reach out to everyone in this area and to transform their lives and to help them ultimately reach the space of Swamiji, the feet of Paramashiva. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam Swamiji, with great blessings of Swamiji, Canada Sangha is excitedly preparing for Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yagna. So the Sangha is enthusiastic about the space of deep unclutching each and every one of us going to experience, as well as contributing to the world to remove the negativity and heal the world at this need of time. We are so blessed to have Swamiji up as our guidance and Guru to initiate such an auspicious practices where ourself is going to have the deep experience as well as contributing to the world at this need. Thank you, Swamiji. And as of now, all our Sangha members are excited and filled more than 1 hour slot for them to be part of this initiative. And we are requesting anybody listening to this, watching this, no friends or family, all the Canadian members to invite and be part of this great happening that nobody should miss. So requesting Swamiji's blessing for each and every participant to feel the deeper space of unclutching during this process while healing the world. Thank you, Swamiji.
Nithyananda, much gratitude to our beloved Swamiji, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, for allowing Latin America to be here. And we have gratitude, a lot of gratitude for such a gift for Latin America. Right now in Latin America, we're preparing to start the meditation, one of the most. So with that, I'd like to speak a little bit in Spanish. Bienvenidos a América Latina. Les doy las gracias por acompañarnos, por estar con nosotros, por darse la oportunidad. Les pedimos que nos acompañen, que se unan. Tenemos este movimiento maravilloso para ayudar a la humanidad a que sane del virus del COVID-19 y de los efectos secundarios en todas las áreas de nuestra vida, cómo es que está afectando. Invitándolos a todos a que nos acompañen, a que nos busquen, a que se unan. Somos América Latina, todos los diferentes países. Mi nombre es Madre Lokanayaki, les doy la bienvenida y una vez más, gracias a nuestro amado Guru por abrirnos las puertas, por permitir que la conciencia, la ciencia de los seres iluminados llegue a América Latina. Por favor, acompáñanos, únete, búscanos, síguenos y sé parte de esta gran familia Ala Nithyananda. Desde acá les doy un fuerte abrazo y les doy las gracias por estar aquí, gracias a nuestro amado Guru, Avatar, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva. Seguimos creciendo y estamos aquí abriéndote las puertas y las manos para que nos acompañes. Gracias. Thank you, Swamiji Nithyananda.
Pranam Swamiji, my warmest pranams at your lotus feet. My name is Manitya Atmadayananda and my warmest greetings to all the listeners. I am the House of Representative for Europe, UK and Africa, and today I am representing the state of affairs for Europe, UK and Africa. As you've heard all the other House of Representatives share, we are very excited about this initiative that is happening. The Nirvikalpa Samadhi experience that is available to each and every one of us. First of all, in the last, I would say since 24 hours, actually, in the last 24 hours, so many people have stepped into leadership. People have taken up their spots. They have a platform they're going to contribute on. And there is such an exciting buzz. And so beautiful to see so many leaders budding up. That's one aspect of it. So we've got 12 hours, which will be starting after satsang. So it's actually a decent time. It's 6:30 a.m. for UK time that we'll be starting. We'll be starting from 11 a.m. IST, which is about 6:30 a.m. UK time, to going on for 12 hours through the day. So everyone is welcome to join in. Now, I just wanted to quickly share that unclutching actually for me is meditation itself redefined. Because I remember how I got to know about Swamiji is because I remember throwing it just out there in the cosmos that I am ready to learn meditation. Actually, these were the exact thoughts that went out into the cosmos for me. And what came back to me was unclutching. And what I didn't realize is that I thought I was looking for peace, and unclutching got me to my bliss. And it's such a deep, unmoving space that I got to experience. I would invite each and every person out there that's ever wanted to experience meditation to come experience unclutching. And it's you'll be taught. Of course, there'll be, if you've never heard about it, you'll be taught also. So the sessions will give you the ins and outs of how to unclutch. And it's going to be ongoing every day. So you're welcome anytime that you have available for you. It's flexible to suit your timing that you have available. So you can join any session anytime. You'll be taught exactly, you'll be supported as well. Your questions will be answered. So I would say all around the globe, please come and join this amazing initiative. So you can also touch your bliss layer and be established in it by experiencing Nirvikalpa Samadhi continuously and permanently. Thank you so much.
Nithyananda, my name is Manitya Kamalatmananda. I'm blessed to be here as a representative of the state of Kailasa in Slovakia and Czech Republic, two small countries in Europe. And I would like to invite all the people from these two small countries and the whole Europe to be part of this most powerful global initiative of uplifting consciousness of planet Earth, announced by our beloved, His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam. I would like to use this opportunity to also invite people from Slovakia and Czech Republic in their home language. So, rada by som pozvala občanov a všetkých následovníkov jeho božskej svetosti Nithyananda Paramashivu, aby sa stali súčasťou globálnej iniciatívy pre celosvetový mier a pre pozdvihnutie vedomia na planéte Zemi a pre odstránenie negativity. Je to najväčšia onlineová reťazová meditácia v histórii ľudstva, ktorá je iniciovaná našim milovaným Swamijim. A máte možnosť sa zúčastniť na hodinu denne tejto meditácie z pohodlia vášho domova. A má to samozrejme pozitívny účinok nielen na vašu psychiku a na vaše zdravie, ale na vedomie celej planéty. Máte možnosť byť súčasťou globálnej iniciatívy na pozdvihnutie vedomia planéty Zemi a na odstránenie negativity a na pozdvihnutie vedomia planéty Zemi do supervedomia. Takže nielen svojho individuálneho, ale aj globálneho. Takže rada by som vás pozvala na globálny maratón unclutchingu na Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana. Thank you so much.
Nithyanandam, everybody. I am Manitya Chadarupananda. I am representing the state of Kailasa in France, Guadeloupe, Réunion Island, Martinique, and all the French-speaking countries. First, I want to show my gratitude to Swamiji for this amazing event. I'm so excited to invite you to this worldwide event organized by His Divine Holiness, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, to heal the world from ignorance and suffering. Come and experience the powerful space of unclutching. Participate few hours a day and you will benefit all the hours done by all the participants during the event. Come and have a superconscious breakthrough. Now I'm going to talk in French. Nithyanandam à tous les francophones à travers le monde. Gratitude à Swamiji pour organiser cet événement incroyable. Je suis très enthousiaste de vous inviter à cet événement mondial organisé par Sa Divine Sainteté, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, pour guérir le monde de l'ignorance et de la souffrance. Venez et expérimentez l'espace puissant du lâcher-prise. Participez quelques heures par jour et bénéficiez de toutes les heures qui sont faites par tous les participants de l'événement. Venez pour avoir une percée supraconsciente. Les horaires sont pour aujourd'hui de 7h30 du matin à 19h30 et 1 heure de chant de Bhagavad Gita et Upanishad. Gratitude, rejoignez-nous tous pour guérir l'humanité. Nithyanandam, merci.
Nithyanandam, this is Manitya Tukadanda. Pranam Swamiji, our beloved Guru. By your very grace, this year has been an exciting year for a conscious breakthrough, taking us slowly from a different dimension to a higher conscious breakthrough. So the latest initiative, global initiative, it's something that we can see the whole entire Sangha is getting so excited because for the first time we're doing in such a large scale an initiative that is going to bring so much benefit to the whole world. Even just by contributing and clutching of 1 hour, you can get the total benefit of the cumulative collective consciousness, the benefit of having participated in this initiative. So, in fact, the moment this initiative was announced yesterday, within 24 hours, so many things happened in the background. So everyone jumped in to the initiative, and I can see so much spontaneity is happening. The spontaneity which is required for conscious breakthrough, being in the state of Paramashiva. So that's something that is, Swamiji is pushing us to the next level of consciousness. So we're really, really excited, and I highly encourage all of you to be part of this global initiative. Come and experience Ananda bliss, and let it be an eternal bliss, Nitya Ananda, because that's where Swamiji is giving us the taste of our very, very true nature through this initiative. So with that, I would like to thank you, requesting Swamiji to bless the entire world for this conscious breakthrough, for us to achieve the state, space, ours, and the being and subconsciousness of Paramashiva. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Swamiji, your lotus feet. I'm really thankful to you for creating such a platform for Malaysia Sangha. This is going to be a very, very exciting platform for us to unite the whole Sangha, especially seeing not giving an overwhelming response ever since this particular information is being cascaded down and everybody coming in. And I really, really sincerely to your gratitude, and also inviting each and every being in Malaysia, especially those disciple devotees who are connected to Bhagavan before this, to join this particular super consciousness breakthrough, to give them a great breakthrough individually, as a country, as whole world for this pandemic, and also to each and every one, so that we can gather and bring back the glory of Malaysia and achieving all your mission, vision that you had for Malaysia. I sincerely want each and every being to invite all your close relatives, friends, every single being under the breath of yourself who pass you should come and attend these programs, because this program definitely will connect or re-establish your connection to Bhagavan and give you the ultimate space that you're looking for every time, moment that you have lost in the past. Let's use this particular opportunity to reconnect yourself to Bhagavan directly as a guru-disciple connection, so that we can achieve the global mission and also the Sangha mission. I sincerely request your lotus feet to bless Malaysia Sangha with my deepest gratitude to you, Bhagavan, for them to come back to you, to your lotus feet, and have the ultimate as how each and every one needs it. Thank you, Nithyananda Bhagavan.
Nithyananda, my name is Manitya Kailasa. Thank you, Swamiji, for giving me the chance to represent the Chinese world of the state of Sri Kailasa. With this opportunity, I want to invite all the global Chinese from the east to the west, from Asia to Australia, Europe, Africa, America, all the continents, to join this amazing initiative, Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana, to put our effort in saving the world and give the humanity a conscious breakthrough. It doesn't matter where you are. If you hear this calling, please join us from different zones where you are. And also, the most Chinese staying in the Asia, we have a time zone. We have a Zoom that is opening for 17 hours where we can all gather together and join the unclutching meditation, from which we can increase the conscious energy not only in ourselves and also for the whole globe, by which we can not only help ourselves to save us from COVID-19 and all its negative influence, and also our family and the world. From here, I will present the same thing briefly in Chinese. 通过这个机会，我想要跟全世界能够收到这个讯息的华人发出号召，让大家都能响应到大师对全世界人类的超意识觉醒，以及让我们能够从新型冠状病毒的影响中走出来的这样的一个伟大的灵修的练习。在这个灵修的练习呢，我们华人每一天都会有从北京、台湾、新加坡、香港、马来西亚时间早上6点半到晚上11点半的一个17个小时运转的 Zoom， 大家可以在任何的时间进入到这个 Zoom 的教室，参与到我们的超脱冥想。如果你想要了解超脱冥想的方法，我们也可以给大家提供教学，也希望你能够带你的朋友和家人一起来参加，让自己的家人安全，和自己身边的人，和你爱的人，和整个社会、整个世界都能够走出现在的低迷状况，并且呢进入到超意识觉醒。具体的参与方式呢，请大家跟我联系，也可以进入到我们的微信群参与这个环节。感谢大家。Nithyananda, seeking for Swamiji's blessing for the whole Chinese Sangha. Thank you.
Nithyanandam, Swamiji and Sangha, thank you for this opportunity. I'm Ma Deva Vedanta, and along with Sri Gautamananda and Sri Sadashivamaya, who is representing Australia, in bringing Bhagwan's vision to bring superconscious breakthrough for humanity through the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yagna, or unclutching. So Sri Sadashivamaya and Gautamaya are not able to make it today, so I'll be representing them. And Bhagwan has actually requested all of us to unclutch constantly so that we can remain in the space of zero thought. So literally in the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, so that we can experience and radiate the space, state, and powers of Paramashiva. So as Bhagwan says, we are all connected beings, we are not islands. And just by 10,000 of us unclutching intensely, entering into the space of zero thoughts together, we can contribute towards so much of healing and manifesting the highest awareness for humanity. So this is the best gift, and with Bhagwan's blessings, we request and invite all of you to be involved in this initiative and reap the benefits. So even if you actually contribute 1 or 2 hours per day in this initiative, you will be reaping the benefits of all of the hours from this beautiful yagya. And so we invite everyone from the New Zealand, Australia and Fiji region, as well as the whole world, to be part of this beautiful initiative. Please invite your friends, your family, colleagues, anyone you know for this conscious breakthrough. And let's have 10,000 and more people having Bhagwan's presence and blessings. And with Bhagwan's blessings, we will all experience and radiate superconsciousness to humanity. Thank you. Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam. This is Manitya Jyotikananda Swami, the House of Representative of Tamil Nadu Sangha. So I am happy to invite everyone for this Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yagna. Yesterday, Bhagwan announced the ultimate process of healing the whole world from the coronavirus. So today the whole world, the global Sangha is starting this Yagna. Tamil Nadu Sangha also participating in this great happening, the healing the world from COVID-19 and giving the super consciousness breakthrough and manifesting being of Paramashiva. So once again, I am inviting everyone from Tamil Nadu Sangha and Global Sangha to join this. ஒரு சில தமிழ்ல வந்து இது சொல்லணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஒவ்வொரு முறையும் மக்கள் வந்து இந்த அசாதாரணமான சூழ்நிலைகள் ஏற்படும் பொழுது அவங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையில மிகப்பெரிய துக்கங்களோ இல்ல இயற்கை சீற்றங்கள்னால இந்த மாதிரியான பிரச்சனைகள் வரும் பொழுது ஒவ்வொரு காலகட்டத்திலும் அவதார சக்திகள் அவங்க வந்து எப்படி வந்து இத மக்கள் இந்த பிரச்சனையில இருந்து வெளியில வரணும் அப்படிங்கறத பல காலங்களாக தொடர்ந்து வழிநடத்தி கொண்டே இருக்கிறார்கள். அதே போல நம்முடைய பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் இப்போ நம்மளுடைய உலகத்தையே புரட்டி போட்ட இந்த COVID-19 பல லட்சக்கணக்கான பேர் பாதிக்கப்பட்டு பல பேர் இறந்து போய் இவ்வளோ பெரிய பல்வேறு வல்லரசு நாடுகளையே ஸ்தம்பிக்க வச்ச இந்த கொரோனா வைரஸ் எப்படி ஹீல் பண்றது, என்ன மாதிரி இதுல இருந்து நம்மளை பாதுகாத்துக்கிறது அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி எல்லாருமே ஒரு தீர்வை தேடிக்கொண்டிருக்கும் பொழுது நம்முடைய சுவாமிஜி இந்த மொத்த உலகத்துக்குமான சரியான தீர்வை சரியான நேரத்துல கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. சோ நாம எல்லாருமே இதனுடைய பாகமா இருந்து நம்ம எல்லாருமே இந்த அகண்ட நிர்விகல்ப சமாதி ஞான யக்ஞால கலந்துகிட்டு நம்முடைய சார்ந்தவர்கள் நம்மளுடைய உறவினர்கள் ஒவ்வொருத்தங்களுக்கும் இந்த தீர்வை இந்த நேரத்துல சொல்லி அவங்களையும் இதுல வந்து ஒரு பாகமா இருக்க வச்சு இந்த ஜீவன் முக்தி நம்மளுடைய பிறப்பின் நோக்கமான இந்த ஜீவன் முக்தியையும் பரமசிவ தன்மையையும் நாம ஒருத்தருமே வெளிப்படுத்தி வாழ்றது அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காக மட்டும்தான் சுவாமிஜி இப்ப வந்து இதை அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஒவ்வொரு பக்தர்களும் தமிழ்நாட்டுல இருக்கக்கூடிய மற்றும் உலகளாவிய இருக்கக்கூடிய சங்கத்துல இருக்கக்கூடிய பக்தர்கள் எல்லாருமே இதுல கலந்துக்கிட்டு நாமளும் இந்த கொரோனாவில இருந்து பாதுகாப்பா இருக்கிறது மட்டும் இல்லாம உலகத்தை வழிநடத்தக்கூடிய அந்த பொறுப்பு ஒவ்வொரு பக்தர்களுக்கும் இருக்கு. சோ உங்க எல்லாரையுமே நம்மளுடைய தமிழ்நாடுல காலையில 11 மணில இருந்து 11 மணி வரைக்கும் 12 hours நம்மளோட ஜோன்ல நடக்குது. நாம எல்லாருமே இதுல கலந்துக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் நான் வந்து கேட்டுக்கிறேன். நித்யானந்தம்.
Ma, you are muted.
Ma, you are muted.
Nithyananda Swamiji, I am Kalimati representing the state of affairs of Kailasa in Karnataka and the state of affairs of Kailasa in Telangana, Andhra Pradesh and Kerala on behalf of Mastery. Actually, our zone is doing the Akhanda Jnana Yagna every day from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. IST. And before that, 6:30 to 8:30 a.m. 2 hours, we are doing first hours Mahavakya and second hour Bhagavad and buzz is going on. Swamiji, many people are enrolling, and Swamiji opened a beautiful opportunity from whole world to heal from COVID-19 and its side effects. So I invite all of you to experience the grace of Swamiji. And Swamiji, Master and me and our Sangha seeking your blessings. Swamiji, thank you Swamiji. Thank you very much Swamiji.
Nithyanandam Swamiji, at your lotus feet I surrender today the full excitement with the North India, which I am representing, the North India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Gujarat, and this whole region. We are so excited to conduct this Nirvikalpa Samadhi Japas, Yagna, and there is an intense buzz going on throughout the north of India. We have all united together, preparing for it, calling up people, and today we are going to start it at 11 o'clock to 9 o'clock, but from tomorrow we will start in the morning at 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock. The introductory Mahavakya chanting and Bhagavad Gita chanting and Upanishad chanting will be happening, followed with unclutching sessions happening right up to evening 9 o'clock. So we will be running these sessions right up almost for 16 hours. And with your grace, Swamiji, everybody's looking forward for it from today itself. And thank you so much, Swamiji, for everything that's happening. We are using other means also to invite people through Kriya, Yoga, and yes, new people are getting connected, and more people. We will see that every soul of North India is getting reached. And thank you once again, Swamiji.
Great, Nithyanandam. So I am so excited to see everybody around the world, so enthusiastic. They've jumped into it so quickly. This was announced just 24 hours ago, and already we are, set the plan, stage on the back. Everything is done. We are ready to jump into this right away. Just to give you an idea, yesterday Swamiji announced in the satsang, and then we opened up a registration sheet in LA, and within 30 minutes the whole sheet was filled. That is how excited people are, because they all understand what a beautiful opportunity this is to be part of something very big. So very quickly I'm going to go through some of the timings of various zones, so each of you would know. For Europe, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, Hyderabad, these three zones, the timings are from 11 AM Indian Standard Time to 11 PM Indian Standard Time. The rest of India is 11 AM Indian Standard Time to 10 PM Indian Standard Time, and then 6 AM to 8 AM. In fact, Singapore and Malaysia is exactly the same, 11 AM to 10 PM Indian Standard Time, and then 6 AM to 8 AM. China is starting from 11 AM Indian Standard Time. All of this is right after satsang. When I say 11 AM Indian Standard Time, which is right after satsang. So 11 AM Indian Standard Time to 9 PM Indian Standard Time, and then again from 6 AM to 8 AM. Australia will go from 11 AM Indian Standard Time to 8 PM Indian Standard Time, and then they will start again in the morning at 4 AM and go all the way to 7 AM. Now moving over to North America, Canada and South America, Los Angeles, San Jose and US, Los Angeles covering Pacific Northwest, Los Angeles and the Latin America. That is again from 11 AM, 8:30 AM India time to 8:30 PM India time. Same thing, San Jose and Phoenix, 8:30 AM India time to 8:30 PM India time. US East and Midwest is again 8:30 AM India time to 8:30 PM India time. Houston and the South, they are going from 5 PM India time to 5 AM India time. And then Canada, all of Canada is going again from 8:30 AM India time to 8:30 PM India time. So I know many of you may not have caught all the time zones. It's okay. We will send out an email and you will get all the information. And we are so excited and look forward to all of you to join us and make this event such a huge success for our benefit and for the benefit of the world. Nithyananda, let's end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam.
With deep gratitude to His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we are going to celebrate the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana. The Yagna is going to continue for 12 hours in both hemispheres. Beautifully, the whole 24 hours are going to be occupied with deep unclutching, the experience of unclutching. The first process to begin with is to chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivam, and then listen to the Bhagavad Gita and Bhakti chanting. That will prepare us for this experience. Today, Swamiji formally inaugurated the Yagna for all of us to participate. It's a beautiful platform for us to experience Paramashivam. So today, let us all celebrate the grand happening, the greatest happening in this cosmos, the cosmic breakthrough that Swamiji has initiated, the platform that he has created for us, the beautiful opportunity that he has created for us. Let us join in and let us make the most out of it. Even if we are participating for 1 hour, the benefit of the whole duration of the time, for all of us doing it together, we are going to receive. Today, during the session, Swamiji says how whatever excites us is the metal out of which we are made of. That is the metal that we are made of. So let this conscious awakening, the whole world, 12 different zones, 100 countries participating in this grand event, let this be a part of our excitement. Let us decide this is what we will live for. And let us commit ourselves to this process and participate. Even if it is 1 hour, let us participate, let us join and completely engage in the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. To participate, you just have to go to this website, kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. Number 4, minutes, number 4, peace. You can go to that website and register yourself and you can join in this extraordinary event. Now, let us continue with manifesting Paramashiva inside us and the powers that Paramashiva has given us, the 463 powers that he has described in the Yagna. Let us commit ourselves to have Paramashiva express, manifest through all of this. Thank you.
Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivam.
विलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyananda, with such a beautiful space, the powerful space that Bhagavan himself is taking everyday live session for us to get the darshan, diksha and initiation into the higher reality. Now first let's see what is power manifestation, and from there we will start one by one understanding the power manifestation, going into the details of every step of power manifestation. Power manifestation is nothing but a cognitive shift and an infuse of powerfulness into any action or state that we are in. It raises the frequency of our body and mind to the ultimate powerful space, which is Turyathita. We know three states: waking state, deep sleep state and dream state. There is much more as a human being which we can experience, where Siddhas and Rishis have manifested. That is the Turiya state, high awareness, the trance state, and the conscious state, Turyathita state, the consciousness itself as our reality. So here we have a small clipping that Bhagavan himself speaks about the power manifestation. What is power manifestation?
Understand all the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyathita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, playing with life, playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, raising your frequency, not work.
Bhagavan beautifully how we can raise our cognition if we are intense understanding how Paramashiva in us can manifest the reality that we want. Now let's understand about Paramashiva. What is actually happening? The 5 phases and 5 phases of Paramashiva. The Srishti, the manifestation, Sthiti, the sustenance, the Samhara, regeneration or destruction, Prabhava, the pulling out of delusions, and Anugraha, the liberation itself happens. Now we'll hear it from Bhagavan's. Start living the higher truth of reality, the existential reality. We have a small clipping of the 5 phases and 5 paces.
Through the 5 phases, Paramashiva does manifestation, maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. He resides in his supreme Paramashiva Swarupa as Ajomuha, Radhomuha, unborn, beyond form, formlessness, is Paramashiva Swarupa. That Paramashiva Swarupa manifests with these 5 phases as Sadashiva, Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Ahora, Satyojata, Ishana. 5 phases he manifests and does the Panchakritya, Srishti, manifestation, Sthiti, sustenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Prabhava, pulling out of delusion, Anugraha, liberation. Understand? He does all these 5 jobs. Through these 5 phases. Now listen carefully. Tatpurusham, Vamadevam, Satyojatam, Ahoram, Ishanam. These 5 phases does Panchakrityas. Each phase, each dimension is not just one F-A-C-E phase, P-H-A-S-E phase. It's not just F-A-C-E, P-H-A-S-E. Understand? The creation, not just creation getting created, even sustenance need to be created, destruction need to be created, and pulling out of delusion need to be created, liberation need to be created. Then creation, manifestation need to be maintained. Maintenance, sthiti itself need to be maintained. Destruction, samhara, the rejuvenation need to be sustained, maintained when it is happening. pulling out of delusion, Trobhava, need to be maintained when it is happening. And Anugraha, liberation, need to be maintained when it is happening. Those micromilliseconds when it is happening. So understand, Satyojata Murti as 5 face, Ishana Murti as 5 face, Vamadeva Murti as 5 face, Agora Murti has 5 face, Tatpurusha Murti has 5 face. So, Tatpurusha Murti as is 5 face, Agora Murti has is 5 face, Vamadeva Murti has is 5 face, Satyojata Murti has his 5 face, Ishana Murti has his 5 face. All these 5 Murtis, 5 faces put together is 25 faces of Mahasannidhanam. Understand? All these 25. I'll repeat, listen. Creation created, manifestation manifested, 1 face. Sustenance manifested, 2nd phase. Destruction manifested, 3rd phase. Pulling out of delusion manifested, 4th phase. Liberation manifested, 5th phase. Then manifestation sustained, 6th phase. The sustenance is sustained, 7th phase. Destruction, rejuvenation is sustained, 8th phase. Pulling out of delusion is sustained, 9th phase. Liberation is sustained, 10th phase. Listen. Then rejuvenation, destruction, rejuvenation is manifested, 11th phase. Rejuvenation is sustained, 12th phase. Rejuvenation is rejuvenated, is 13th phase. Rejuvenation is pulled out of delusion, 14th phase. Rejuvenation is liberated, is 15th phase. Same way, continue. Pulling out of delusion, Trobhava. Trobhava manifested, 16th phase. Trobhava sustained, 17th phase. Trobhava rejuvenated, 18th phase. Trobhava is pulled out of delusion, 19th phase. Trobhava is liberated, 20th phase. Then again, listen, Anugraha, liberation manifested, 21st phase. Liberation sustained, 22nd phase. Liberation is rejuvenated, 23rd phase. Liberation is pulled out of delusion, 24th phase. Liberation is liberated, 25th phase. Listen, these are the dimensions of Paramashiva. Understand? Meditate on this. That is enough. If your inner space can meditate on this, that's enough. All negativities will be burnt away. The most subtle grooves which will be formed in your brain by meditating on this will manifest the state, space, powers of Paramashiva.
Beautifully, Bhagavan now explained the state, space and being of Paramashiva in all of us. Here we have Bhagavan himself, Paramashiva himself has come down as our Guru to understand Bhagavan, how he has manifested this avatar space. His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam, is a reviver of Kailasa, an ancient Enlightenment civilization, the great cosmic boundarless Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam is an avatar from Hinduism and a supreme pontiff of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam made science of power manifestation, yoga, temple-based university user-friendly for the modern world. And he survived the worst prosecution in the multi-level by anti-Hindu elements. Kailasa, led by His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam and his Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam is a founder of Nithyananda University, which has extended campus in 150 countries. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam is 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Shamala Pita, Sarvanya Pitam and Swaragapura Adinam and present Maharaj of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam. We'll have a small clipping of Bhagavan himself, how he has manifested this reality from the he has manifested from a village boy to how he has manifested in Kailasa. A small clipping we'll be playing now.
Everything is infinitely powerful. You realize your potentiality. You establish yourself in the completion, space of completion. You are God, that's all. All of us are gods. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body. Both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. Sangha is a place where the tattvas are taught to you, and till it becomes satya, you are supported. Akhadas are basically founded by Sadashiva himself. All is ganas. Shiva ganas, exactly the word gana means. In your length, breadth, depth, if you are filled by Shiva, you are Shiva gana. All the Shiva ganas formed the first Akhanda. Later on, much later, Kapila Muni organizes Mahanirvani Akhanda. Then all other Akhandas. As Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhanda, the oldest apex body of Hinduism, I welcome every one of you . What I am teaching is from original Agamas Yogapada. The science very clearly declares, Sadashiva is very clear, manifestation of these powers happen when you experience oneness with Sadashiva. When you choose your Guru, the best thing is find a person who is enlightened, experienced, who can play with energy, who can directly transmit experience to you, and who is in tune with the original Shastras, the source of the knowledge. All the revealed scriptures available about the yoga directly by Sadashiva for you to do research, study, practice, question the people who teach. Let us go on contributing.
Bhagavan beautifully explains how we have to choose a guru who gives the authentic references. Here, Bhagavan has compiled all the Hindu scriptures. The Hindu scriptures are the Shastra Pramana, the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures. We'll be going through the Shastra Pramana, how the Shastra has described what we'll be manifesting today. The Apta Pramana, or the experience and results of Aptas, the great rishis, the scientists who verified and tested, the Munis, the Nayanamars, all of them experienced in their physical body, like all of us, in human body, these great powers. And Atma Pramana, as a guru, that Bhagavan was just saying, he has to experience and show us in human body, playing the Leela of a human being and experiencing the higher consciousness and giving us step-by-step understanding of how to manifest the powers with connecting to the space of Bhagavan. The Shakshi Pramanas, or the experience of millions of disciples and devotees all over the world that Bhagavan has initiated, who has given testimonial. So we'll be looking into all four Pramanas. Now we'll start with the Shastra Pramana.
Shastra Pramana for the power of remote vision is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 92, Dharana 69. Vyomakaram swamatmanam dhyayed digbir anavritam nirashraya chitih shakti swarupam darshayet tada. Vyomakaram swam atmanam dhyayed digbir anavritam nirashraya chitih shakti swarupam darshayet tada.
This is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 92, Dharana 69. Concentrate and cognize with a restful awareness on self in the form of vast etheric space or sky, Yomakaram, which is limitless in any direction whatsoever. Thus, the Chidik Shakti, the power of consciousness, freed from all support, reveals and manifests herself as the form of one's essential nature of the self. Understand the beautiful sutra, how the rishis were able to see much beyond just giving us step-by-step process. There is so much how we have an instruction in a lab. You can do this at the first and then go to do this and then you do this. Like that, he here beautifully described, concentrate. What is to concentrate? When we are integrated to our Guru, when we are in oneness with the Guru, that Bhagwan himself starts manifesting as the reality. Concentrate is bringing the coherence in our brain, what we are integrated to. If we are integrated to the higher consciousness, we will be only focusing, concentrating, seeking for the real truths. That is the coherence that happens in the brain. How a dam, the pipe is put where the water is fed into the turbine to create the electricity. The Dhyana and Samadhi happens like that when you bring one coherence in your brain, what you really want. The integrity is a component where you are very clear what you want in your life. That is the concentrate that he is talking about here. Cognize with restful awareness on the self. What is cognize? What you internalize, and you are able to start contemplating and you are able to project as your reality. Cognition is 3 action which is happening. What you internalize by perceiving from outer world, and how you hold that as part of you and how you respond to it. That is cognition. Here, cognition, he is talking about restful awareness, where you are unclutching from this world, understanding this world, whatever you are perceiving is nothing but a dream. Nothing more than a dream is happening in your life as an outer world. The perception that you are having is not reality. The existential reality is much greater when you wake up from this dream. So cognizing the restful awareness where you have completely zero thoughts, completely in oneness space inside you. The beautiful next line describes that. In the form of vast etheric space or vyomakaram. What is the etheric space? What is ether? The vast kala which happens in your, when you are in the womb, in the pregnancy, it is growing in that darkness, the kala. And the same thing is in your inner space now, which you experience as you. That etheric space, Bhagavan beautifully says in one of the satsang that you can look out when you have a large window where you have a large sky or an ocean. You can look out and focus on that, or you can focus on the inner space. The more we are working with our inner space, we understand life much beyond. The more you are with the outer world, you're caught in the delusion, the dilemmas, the dialogues, which does not take you anywhere except boredom and tiredness. Whenever you are able to look into your inner space, you understand the restful awareness is where you exist, which is the nature of yourself. Now he says, which is limitless in any direction. The inner space can expand into any direction whatsoever. Thus the Chitta Shakti, the power of consciousness. When you are in Paramashanta Swarupa, when you are completely the coherence of the brain, starts focusing in your inner space with a restful awareness, the third dimension of you, you know only body, you know only which is matter, and again the mind, which is again the matter, but there is a third component of you, which is the consciousness. You will learn to live as consciousness. Bhagavan beautifully gives an example how the waves try to collect some pebbles and try to think they are going to build a castle, but soon it is wiped off. The same way we think family, job security, wealth security, all this are continuously going to give us something which is going to satisfy us. But something more is there when we understand when the wave merges to ocean, the ocean is what creates even the wave. We start coming into a bigger picture. When you let go your mind, which is just mere outer world, the bigger component of Bhagavan himself will start manifesting through us. That is what it says, freed from all support, reveal and manifest as the form of one's essential nature of the self. Your essential nature starts happening in you. The more and more you start living in the oneness space, the more you start understanding the higher reality. Now we understood the Shastra Pramana, the steps in Shastra Pramana. Concentrate, cognize in the inner space with restful awareness, and you will be able to experience the consciousness, the Paramashiva that you are, as reality, which is your very nature of you. Now we will see the next, after Shastra Pramana, we have the Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana is the Rishis and Munis. This will give you an idea. I'm talking about Vyasa. Vyasa is a great Rishi, the greatest happening on planet Earth, who compiled and organized everything for us to understand. So during the Mahabharata, Dhritarashtra was not able to see what's happening. The king was not able to understand what's going on. And so Vyasa initiated Sanjaya for just 19 days to experience this great Mahabharata which happened, and he was actually given the gift, because he was given the gift of 19 days to have a remote vision, the third eye, through which he was able to see Mahabharata. He also had a great gift of listening to Bhagavad Gita when it was really delivered to Arjuna by Krishna, Lord Krishna. That was the greatest happening that Dhritarashtra got to hear. He didn't want to see it because of the so many violence that was happening. So he requested to listen to the whole thing. Here's the reference from Mahabharata, Bhishma Parva 06, section 15. This is the Apta Pramana, and there's so many other references. We are here giving you one reference, how it is recorded. All these are recorded and documented, and how precise Bhagavan has compiled all this with greatest effort to make us understand how people live, manifesting their life again and again, to make us understand the higher reality. And Bhagavan himself playing the Leela. Once he was a child and he was asked, can you tell anything which is beyond your senses? And Bhagavan said, yes, I can. And the boy said, okay, tomorrow we will come and question you. You should be able to answer. And Bhagavan ran to Vibhudananda Puri and said, this is what the kids are betting, and they're saying only through 5 senses. I told them that we can learn beyond that, just not only through 5 senses. There's much more to learn beyond the 5 senses. We educate our children saying that only these 5 senses can learn things, which is the worst delusion that we are putting our kids into. Downloading anything which is possible for our brain to grasp how these great truths have been revealed by so many millions of them, including the Tirupugar, which was sung by Arunagiri Nagar when he just did an instant completion, which is recorded again. So many instances we have, but unfortunately we are given that only we can learn through 5 senses. So he plays the Leela of showing us that only by 5 senses is not just the world, but something more is there, and something larger, whatever is recorded on planet Earth or any other planet or any other lokas can be downloaded by us if we just connect to the correct software, which is Bhagavan himself. Paramashiva, when you connect in oneness with Paramashiva, the currency here we are talking about is oneness, which I'll explain in a few minutes. Now the Atma Pramana, what Bhagavan did, he completely surrendered and let the information flow through him when he was asked about a temple in Tiruvannamalai, which he has never been, and the kids know he has never been to the temple. It's a remote, some small temple which nobody knew what was the main deity. And Bhagavan beautifully explains that it is Subramanya, the Muruga deity, in that temple as the main deity, which shook the friends thoroughly. How did he know this information? And he said, when you connect yourself to the higher consciousness, you can reveal any information that you want, because everything is available. How we connect through internet, same way we can connect to the higher reality. Now, before we go to the instruction, let us understand and cognize these powerful cognitions, these beautiful things, first in how we understand he's able to see things and find things in a house using the remote vision. Here we have one more scoundrel from Middle East who has given us a testimonial of how he was seeing Bhagavan worshipping the Ganesha statue. He got to know before itself, and the same thing happened to him as reality. All this again and again and again. We have lakhs of devotees giving testimonials of Shakshi Pramanas, and now you will be experiencing all this by yourself. Let's go to the few terms and we'll listen from Bhagavan himself about these beautiful words. First is the Shaktipada. We keep saying the word Shaktipada. What is Shaktipada? Becoming one with the cosmic soul. Shaktipada, the process. It is the presence just sitting that makes the individual soul one with the cosmic soul. When you are in the oneness continuously with Bhagavan, suddenly you realize that you are the Paramashiva who is manifesting everything in your life. Now we'll have a small clipping of Shaktipada by Bhagavan himself, explaining it beautifully. Yes, we are waiting for some technical glitch. Sorry for the technical glitch. Yes, we'll go over the other two also as we wait. The oneness. Paramashiva himself has revealed the truth about oneness, which is not an imagination or visualization or declaration. It is the true nature of our very space, the ether, space. Oneness takes you beyond tiredness and boredom. It is the ferociousness which breaks the tiredness and boredom. Now we'll see the Shaktipada clipping and then come to the oneness.
Let me give an introduction about what is Shaktipada process. Please understand. You would have seen or heard about how the chicken sits on the egg and hatches. Of course, in the modern countries, this does not happen. Machine sits on the egg and our egg sits on the machine. In those days, originally when hens and chicken were getting produced on the planet Earth, the hen used to sit on the chicken and hen used to sit on the egg, and the chicken will come out of the egg. See, same way, Sadashiva sitting means the ultimate cosmic energy sitting on the individual soul and making the individual soul into cosmic energy is Shaktipada. Hen sitting on the egg and making the chicken happen, same way. You may think, how come, what is going on here? That hen is only sitting just by the body heat of the hen, the egg is becoming chicken. Because no surgery is done and nothing goes inside. It's only sitting. Same way, it is just sitting. It's only the presence, the Shaktipada, makes the individual soul into cosmic soul.
Beautiful. Bhagavan himself described it. Here we have the oneness, the most important part of the power manifestation. The oneness is the currency. How you have the currency of the outer world, money, the biggest delusion that you think it's the most important. Here, the oneness is the greatest currency, and Bhagavan lived only in this currency throughout his life. Here, Bhagavan reveals what is the oneness. It is not the imagination, visualization, or declaration. It is the true nature, who you are, what you are. If you think you are male, female, how much you feel one with that concept. The oneness is that much you feel with Paramashiva. When the great rishis, munis, when we ask them who they are, they simply will reply that they are Paramashiva. They do not tell that they are so and so and they refer them as a person, but they just refer themselves as consciousness. We have seen many references to that. Now we'll have Bhagavan himself explain how the tiredness and boredom can be broken with ferociousness to enter the space of oneness with Paramashiva.
Oneness is not imagination. Oneness is not visualization. Oneness is not even just declaration. It is your existence. And an idea which is you is oneness. The idea which has become part of your very space, which does not tire you or bore you by the passage of the time, is oneness. Mahadeva says in the Agama, Sadashiva beautifully explains in the Agama, Kala, Yama cannot tire you or bring boredom to you if something becomes your space. Devi achieved the blissful state and union with Mahadeva on Shivaratri day because her space became oneness. Anything which brings tiredness or boredom has not yet become your space. If living in this body brings you tiredness and boredom, you are not going to be living in this body forever. When that becomes too much, you are going to drop it and move ahead. If you want to be in oneness forever, it should become part of your space, means you should become ferocious with you and break this very tiredness and boredom. Only when you deal you with the ferociousness, you break the tiredness and boredom. With that ferociousness, you need to make oneness as your space. Anything stands as an imagination in the length level, visualization in the breadth level, declaration in the depth level. If you open your time with ferociousness, it just sinks into space level. With this ferociousness, the time layer in you opens, and the oneness from imagination to visualization to declaration, it becomes your space, the way of existence.
So beautiful. Bhagavan explained how the oneness is the currency, which is the space, who you are. That's all about it. Be unclutched. What is unclutched? The neutral space between two thoughts is to be unclutched. When you are continuous happening, the thoughts are continuous happening, we are in connection with the outer world. When we unclutch from that, let go a little bit and step out of that. How you step out of the room for a nice breath, like that, when you step out, something vast is there. And which is the space of unclutch, which is silence, which is the bliss, which is the ultimate space that you can experience. Now we'll listen to Bhagavan's words itself, because each of the words become the mantra. When we listen and get initiated into all these from Bhagavan's words, again and again listening to this, just by listening, we can experience those words into reality. That is the power of listening to a guru, because he speaks from no mind. We also fall into the same space. When you keep on listening to the guru, you start really experiencing this. That is why we are again and again playing this beautiful clipping. Now we'll be seeing a small clipping on unclutch. Sorry for the technical glitch. We'll be with you in a few seconds playing the unclutch video.
independent, illogical, unconnected and unclutched. Because the gap between two thoughts is too small, the neutral space between the two thoughts is too small, you think all the thoughts are connected and it is in the shape form. It is not. By your very nature, every thought is independent, illogical, unconnected and unclutched. Between every thought you experience a neutral space. When you change the gear, whether you go from neutral to 1 or 1 to 2 or 2 to 3 or 3 to 4 or 4 to whatever gears you may change, but every time you have to come to the neutral space. Only then you can go to the next gear. Even if you want to go from 2 to 3, you have to come to the neutral space. Only then you can go to 3. Same way, between every thought you experience a neutral space. You experience a neutral space between every thought. Between every thought. That neutral space, that silence is what I call peace or bliss. The peace which exists, the bliss which exists already in you, between every thought, the gap of the thought, the gap between the thoughts, that neutral space is the peace, is the bliss. When you understand you are unconnected, independent, illogical and unclutched, by your very nature, you will start experiencing the neutral space in you, neutral space which exists in you. You will start living from moment to moment in spontaneity. We need to understand one more thing. This technique of being unclutched, it does miracles in your being, in the body level, or in the mental level, or in the being level. In every level, when you understand the truth, by your very nature, you are unclutched. The tremendous quantum transformation. You take a quantum jump, the transformation happens in quantum, not step by step. Just on jump. You take a quantum jump and experience the truth awakening in you.
Yes, beautifully Bhagwan gave us how the unclutch works. Now, few more things which we want to go through is initiation, the most important. Bhagwan's darshan is so important because the whole space that shifts when Bhagwan initiates us. When you go into a temple, the frequency changes in you. That is why you experience the peace inside. Suddenly your thoughts just drop to a very low level. That is the frequency increase in you. That is exactly which happens when you see Bhagwan in even a flyer or even one small corner. Something else happens in all of us, which is the initiation. Bhagwan initiates through everything, Facebook or in real, putting his hand on your head. Everything is an initiation. Every word is an initiation. Understanding that it's beyond words that Bhagwan is giving us, that which cannot be grasped by the words, because the words are still in the mind. Mind cannot grasp what is consciousness. How the wave cannot understand the ocean. The ocean is too large for the wave to understand. It can only just merge. It's not a work, but it's just an experience. Same way, when we move from the words to the experience, beyond that, that Bhagavan has initiated us into the higher reality. So we will hear a small clipping on initiation before we go into the instruction for power manifestation.
You see, let me explain the initiation. Initiation is the process beyond your intellectual understanding. The transmission of lamp happens. Now, you understood something intellectually. There is something which is not understood, which can't be transmitted through the words. That is transmitted. That's what we call initiation. Sometimes I tell people that unless you are initiated, the techniques do not create the result. The reason is you do not grasp completely whatever is expressed through words. Initiation is like it just transmits whatever need to be transmitted beyond logic and beyond words. People ask me why to wear this bracelet or this mala and all those things. These all will remind you. Why bracelet in the hand? It will remind you, before eating, did you meditate? It's a constant reminder. Before eating, let you be reminded, did you do the meditation? That is why this bracelet. That is why this mala. That is why this external things. Sometimes these external things does a big job of reminding you constantly. That is why take the help of external things also, nothing wrong. People ask me, why we can just be spiritual without having external things? If you can, really you are welcome. But I don't think anybody who speaks in that way is successful. I have never seen people becoming successful avoiding the external things, just having internal things. And it is just a nice way of escaping from yourself.
So we listen to the initiation, which is Bhagavan's presence itself. The initiation is which makes the whole thing open up in us. The next dimension, next reality opens up in us. Bhagavan speaks about Mahavakya as the password, because most of us, we are not integrated. Even though he keeps talking about it, we have some incompletion or some pain or something which is going on in the outer world, which is standing much more important to us than ourselves, the higher consciousness that we are to realize ourselves. So to bring that consciousness back to the higher reality, Bhagavan has given the greatest technique, Mahavakya, which opens the Dvadashanta. There are 12 energy centers in your body, and it opens the Dvadashanta like a key, which opens a huge temple and opens into a new space for you. Same way, when you start chanting the Mahavakya continuously, you open that into the higher reality. So we'll be going to chant the Mahavakya continuously as we do the power manifestation, which increases the integrity. Bhagavan's integrity with Paramashiva is very high. So he is able to flow in us. But when we raise the integrity in us with Bhagavan, it flows through us as Shakti. So that is where the Shakti starts manifesting. So now let's go to the instruction. Here we have the power of remote vision. How Sanjaya was able to see, or the other devotees were able to see. Today we are going to be able to see something happening or a situation or an event very far off places where you have no idea or no knowledge about it. You can write few questions, just 3 questions, and you're going to write down the answer for these questions from your third eye, whatever Bhagavan reveals during this beautiful space of oneness which is going to happen to all of us. And during that time, whatever we write down, at the end, take a picture, clear photo with a timestamp of that when you write. And after that, let's Google, once the Mahavakya, the timer is off of each cycle, we can start doing the Googling of the information to verify and take a screenshot or the picture of the Google responses for the questions that you have. First, we will sit down with a closed eyes on a floor in Padmasana or in general, whichever is comfortable for you. As far as possible, the power manifestation is a ritual. If you can sit on the ground, that will be much nice. And if you can keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line, for the Kundalini energy to move to your third eye and experience the higher reality. Each of us, the reflection happens in us more prominent where we are, mostly in Mooladhara, Swadhisthana and Manipura. That is the first three chakras down below, which we experience all the time, which is desire, greed, stress, worry or fear. But there is something beyond that. We can experience the reflection of consciousness into higher reality, which is the Agnya, the third eye, the center between your eyebrows. That will happen when you keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line all the time without leaning back. If you can sit straight, that's the most beautiful thing. If you can remember Bhagavan in your third eye, the ultimate space opens in you. And from the space of absolute unclutching and tyaga. Tyaga is what? Tyaga is not sacrifice, but letting go what you are seeing as your perception for your higher reality experience. Letting go which you are not. That creates the purpose, the higher purpose that you are, the consciousness, the Paramashiva that you are, you start experiencing. So unclutching from whatever you see as your reality and having completely an appointment with Bhagavan himself as oneness space with Bhagavan, simple integrity with Bhagavan, experiencing the oneness. If you can visualize the darshan inside your inner space and holding on to that and chanting the Mahavakya, like your whole being vibrates with the Mahavakya, you will see something beyond happening in all of you. Here, you can take a video or a screenshot of what you write down at the end of it, each cycle, and you can start posting it. Once we are done, we will help you to tell you where to post it. Again, we are going to be seeing through remote vision. We are going to sit and pen down few questions, like for example, in China, what is the tallest mountain name? I'm just going to have this question. So when I see through the remote vision, I see a beautiful mountain, I draw the mountain, I draw the details, and I get the word starting with, say, chi. And I write on that, and it's end with the. So I write on that. And like this, I have 3 questions which I write down. And after I finish, I Google and check the details, and I get the same details of the highest mountain, which is looking very much the way I drew it and the word that I started with and ended with. So then I have manifested the power of remote vision. You can write any happening, or even in your own community, in your people, some house specific things, or you want an event to be a scene, you can simply see through the remote vision. So please go ahead, the right 3 questions, and let's start the power manifestation with the oneness capsule. You can keep your eyes open. You can completely merge with the oneness capsule that you will be seeing. Just seeing the oneness capsule, you will be raised in your frequency to experience the higher reality, and chanting the Mahavakya loudly as much as you can hear and vibrating with this. This is the most important. See, you go to a temple, and when you go to a temple, You pray for something and you come back. But whatever you pray starts happening in you, the way you connect to the deity will be completely different. Each power manifestation is like that. You start experiencing the higher reality when you start connecting to the higher consciousness. So let's start with the beautiful space of oneness. Now we are going to have a timer of 21 minutes, the first cycle, and you're going to write all these 3 questions that you want, and let's start chanting the Mahavakya. We'll be playing the oneness video and chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Bhagavan has revealed, as you chant the Mahavakya, hold the oneness space into the powerful cognition of complete unclutching, absolute unclutching. The intensity and the continuity is important to break the tiredness and boredom again and again to experience the oneness. The Mahavakya, unclutching, doing the tyaga of what it is not, and continuously holding that oneness space opens the Dvadashanta, the ultimate reality for us. If you have not yet seen, that's perfectly okay. Power manifestation will simply happen. Only thing, when we have the will persistence. What is will persistence? The will, when do we write a will? When we decide that we want to give something and somebody is going to experience that. That is a will. When we are very clear that it is happening in our life. We have seen it happen, we have experienced it happen. When you're very clear, you are making sure it is going to happen. Like somebody says, can you walk? Can you talk? Yes, that's perfectly fine. What is there? I see myself walk. As I speak itself, you're able to see that happening in your life. That is the will, sankalpa, seeing that possibility happening as reality in you. The next is the persistence. Have the persistence to make that reality into your existential reality and your lifestyle itself. That is power manifestation. Now, again, we'll have a 10 minutes short cycle to manifest these 3 questions that we have written, the level 1. And we will have the will persistent, the sankalpa, that this is going to manifest from the space of Paramashiva in me by connecting to Paramashiva in deep oneness. Again and again, bring the darshan that the oneness capsule is giving us into your inner space. Only appointment with you and Bhagwan. Again and again, when the thought comes, do the tyaga, which is not real. The tyaga of the thoughts is the ultimate tyaga that Bhagwan says, which is not real, which is leading us only to delusion and confusion. Beyond that, the existential reality, who is looking at the thoughts, who is experience all this, will take us to the higher reality. So let's experience the consciousness as the ultimate reality. The Paramashiva who is inside us is initiated for us to experience. Let's connect to Paramashiva and start expressing the Shakti, the power manifestation through us. So let's start the oneness capsule and chant the Mahavakya intensely and continuously. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Please continue the power manifestation. We'll be playing the oneness capsule and chanting the Mahavakya.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Paramashivam, 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 Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the power in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam.
So beautiful. Such a wonderful space of manifestation of first cycle. You can now record this for NTV viewers. We are going to post where you can view this and record this, the before and after picture. Once you Google and find out, we will be now showing you where you can post it. This is so you have this. Sorry for the technical. And post your results of what you have experienced through this power manifestation. You become the Shakshi Pramana, the Leela of Bhagwan, manifesting in all of us, is happening so beautiful today as remote vision. So for NTV viewers, we'll see you tomorrow for the next power manifestation. And for the India zone, who is continuing the power manifestation into the next cycles. So the Acharya for the India zone will be now giving us the poll detail and letting us know how to update the poll and how we'll be manifesting the next level of powers. So please be tuned. We will let you know through the Acharya how you can manifest the next level of power manifestation. And NTV viewers, if you would like to join the power manifestation for the next levels and the exciting program which is happening, the Paramashivam, you can join in and experience the ultimate reality, the ultimate oneness which happens the more and more you go through all these processes, how we study from first standard to our degree, which is 24 years of our lifetime. All these level to level Bhagwan is giving in Paramashivam that we are now projecting. You can join the Paramashivam program even now and experiencing the next level of consciousness. Thank you very much for a beautiful experience today. Nithyananda. Bhagwan has revealed as you chant